Hello. Hey. How you doing? Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hi, Whoa. Hello. I ate too much again. I went to a local eatery that I go to a lot, and then I ate too much again. And their food is too good. I cannot hold back. Hi, Chip. Yip. Although, okay, before I do anything, you know, I am kind of very sleepy. Oh, I'm very sleepy because I ate too much food, but it's okay. Let me open up. I'm gonna open up Steam first. Honestly, I was thinking of playing Once Human again, but no. I did say that I want to play 7 Days to Die today. I am way too addicted to Once Human. It's insane. I thought it's just gonna be like a little bit of an addiction to it, but no, I am actually just like full-blown crippling addiction to the game. It's like I want to play more of the game non-stop. It's kind of funny, to be honest, but hey. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna open up 7 Days to Die real quick, but I'm not gonna show the screen for now. I want to check how I do the how to activate the Twitch integration stuff, and at the same time, because I will be sort of hosting a room, right? So I figure me being 2D and leave more resources for the game, I think it's a good idea. Also, I'm gonna be listening to a lot of Monster Hunter music again. I love Monster Hunter music, always, forever. They're too good. Although I'm gonna loop this one for a little bit, and then we're gonna listen to like more Monster Hunter medley. Why is 7 Days to Die is more slower than I thought? You know, it's okay. We can look at it together. Look at this. Bah. This is what I'm looking at. 3D is way more adorable though. I mean, I do love being 3D, but my PC hates me for being 3D though. It's like, oh god, too many resources. Help! Help! Okay, so there is. How do I do the Twitch thing again? Or is it still here? Let me check. 7 Days to Die Twitch integration. Everything's from 2023. 1.0 Twitch integration. Only from in-game menu I can... Oh. So I guess I have to go into a game and configure. We need a Tira PC fun. I don't think I can use the... If I were to get like a PC fund, I think I have too many things I need to pay off for now. So, I'd rather have a fund where I get to pay off my loans and shit. But it's okay, I can manage for now. For now anyway. If I ever need help, I'll make sure to be vocal about it. But at the same time, I just feel so ashamed. You know, it's almost as if I'm sort of asking for money from, you know, from random people out there. I should add like there. Server enabled. I'm gonna put Asia server. Server visibility, friends only. Friends only. Game password. Max players 16. 8 players. Simultaneous players can join your game. Yeah. Cycle will be 60 minutes. Just the default setting. Should we put a password? Password is you are a kobold. Before joining the server, you have to admit that you're a kobold before you can join the server. Hell yeah, that's a password we're gonna go for. I'm actually setting all these up because I did this session is like, if you want to join, you can just join, just just ask and something like that. But not just anyone can join. I'd rather have like those who I know or those who have stuck here for a bit, that I sort of have like I know for a little bit, it's not just random people who comes in to the chat immediately ask for like, hey, I'm gonna join. That it doesn't work that way, buddy. So yeah, it's a little bit different. But of course, this could be like a solo. It could be solo, or it could be anyone joining the game. It's fine, or anyone I know. You're politely asking at the end of stream, not grifting or anything, so it's fine. Oh, thank goodness, that's fine. I feel I might be a little bit too much when it comes to the thing. The coffee donation kind of thing. But as long as it's okay, then thank you. Check your range of them. I never really change any of these, so I don't know. I think these are just like PvP stuff, which I would never ever touch ever in games like this, because I love to hoard things. I don't want my things go missing. I'll feel super stressed out. So yeah, never go for PvP. Although, let me go back. You might want to change some quality settings. Temporal? FSR low? Oh! Advanced effect that uses upscaling. Temporal is a more advanced effect. Oh, I can use FSR! FSR medium? If it's FSR, then I trust that I might be able to play this game as it is. Apply. Also, mesh distance, I put it 500 so it doesn't take too much. I'm 2D, so it should be fine, hopefully. Audio and everything should be fine as well. Yeah. Oh god, I have to change this again. Server visibility, game password, you are a kobold. I'm gonna lurk now though, just working. I need to get morning things done. Okay. Good luck with the morning things, and have a good luck too. Always appreciate alert. Thank you. So 3 days. I don't want to put 7 days. I just feel like it'll be too long. I'll put for 5 days. 5 days. Yeah, I'll put 5 days. 5 days sounds fun. Sounds good enough. Oh. Shit, I forgot. Oh crap. Let me quit the game. The XML file. Also, look at that. I just wanted to change the background for Monster Hunter Rise because I've been playing Monster Hunter Rise for a little bit. Playing back Monster Hunter Rise, more like. Game's good. Malzeno is hot. Okay, progression of XML. Notepad. So, this one I'm gonna put as 0.5, back to normal. 5 points per level. Clamp EXP coast and level. Looks good, I guess? Yeah, looks good. So 5 points per level. This is back to normal. I didn't unintentionally make the game harder because it used to be at like 1.20. There we go. Alright, open up the game again. Launch the game without EAC because EAC sucks. Oh, that's way faster. Nice. So I don't think there's anything else that I need to change. Let's do it again. Kobolds. Friends only. And then password is you are a kobold. Hi Evie. 8 players. I think I'm gonna put 4. Because I feel like 8 players my PC will explode. Hope you're doing good, Evie. Welcome. So 5 days, every 3 days. Every 3 days we get an airdrop. So night speed will be run, and yeah, I want them to run. I don't want them to sprint at night time. That makes Blood Moon. Blood Moon redundant. Blood respawn time 7 days. Sounds good. Abundance 200%. Sounds good. Asia server should be fine. I think. Yeah, it should be fine, hopefully. What is chunk persistence? For saving explored chunks, longer value allows more chunks to be saved before the orders and least important begins to reset. Shorter values will cause chunks to reset sooner. Don't know what that means. Start. Uh-oh. I'm feeling happy. Postman comes with my female passport. Nice. New passport, new identity, or the real identity. Happy for you. Yeah, I never realized that if I were to go through HRT or some shit, like I changed my HRT will essentially change my appearance, right? That means I do need a new IC, new passport and everything. It's like, it is a huge hassle, but I think in the end, it's definitely gonna be worth it. Hi, Dark Matter Pony. Changed his face quite a bit actually, but so worth it. Yeah. Like I feel like I don't need to look at mirror every day and just be like, oh fuck. You know, honestly, I feel that way for years already. I look at the mirror, it's like, oh fuck. Shit. Nah. Hello, hope you're doing good. Not only that, but the body changes too. Hip change, boob grow, muscle shrink. Oh, muscle shrink. Oh, I'm surprised. Not that I have any muscles to begin with. I'm chunk. I don't really have muscles. Oh my god, I found new Malzino art. New Malzino art goes into Dragon Simping Corner immediately. Oh my god, hell yeah. Also, yes, I'm browsing Twitter. Not only that, but the body change. Get started sooner rather than later. The earlier you start, the more effective it is. Oh, well, I'm already... Shit, I'm 27. I don't know how effective it will be when I'm 27. Dragon Simping folder. Oh, it's a Dragon Simping corner in my Discord channel. Alright, Spoon. I'm in. Muscle loss is actually a pretty big thing. I mean, definitely, right? Muscle loss. Sounds crazy. At 34 you still got time. Oh, that's very reassuring. Although I'm not saying you're. Please, I didn't mean to say that you're old. I'm sorry. That is not my intention. Punch. Open challenge rhythm. Now into gather resources. Punch grass. I'm touching grass. Wow. Never seen before. Touching grass, huh? Oh goodness me, wow. Rock. Rock. Must take rock. Rock is mine. I love rock. I love punching grass. Take rock. Take rock. Take grass. Take rock. Take grass. Take wood. I need wood. Also the new sound design. Gotta remember that when you do start, it takes 3 to 6 months for the first changes, and after 6 months you pretty much can't stop as the body won't produce as much testosterone. So you're gonna get the E, otherwise bone density is at risk. Oh, so like after that amount of time, it is a must to take the E? E meaning estrogen, right? Pretty much, yeah. It's always amusing to me how you get the resources at the beginning of the game, literally punching everything. If the game says so, I will punch everything. I'm not even gonna complain. I love punching things. Speaking of punching things, I'm gonna be building punch this time. Oh yeah, I want to change music too. I forgot. Let's have a... Let's start the medley. So it's not just town music, but also like monster music. Ooh, Namiel? Oh my god, yeah! And it's painful, especially the third month. The nerve pain as things realign is fun. I'm scared. Okay, the ball string pretty quick, kind of painful, and the string cause the body's like, okay, these are useless, no need to give the resources anymore. So, oh, I didn't think of that. But yeah, I think that's a fair point too. Yeah. But do your BB shrink? Oh, Twitch, there it is. So, allow actions, allow vision effects. I don't want vision effect. Sorry, I don't like my sight being tinkered. Connecting? Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna hide this. Okay. 7 day to die authorized. It's locked in. Oh, I need the integration install. Oh, it needs to be overlay. So if I get overlay, there's no more closed caption. Well, no caption for now, I guess. Yeah, then I can close the closed captioner for now. Done. So now we have this one. There's no configuration for the extension, according to the thing. Also, but I don't try the melee build in the game, though I also still haven't tried the new 1.0 release. I think personally it's pretty good, yeah. It's a pretty huge change to be honest, basically compressing 10 years of puberty all over again into the space of 3 to 5 years. Oh, it shrinks, not by much but it does. If there's any question and all you have, feel free to ask. I'm open and happy to share my journey so far. Oh, that's gonna help so much. Huge appreciate, thank you. If I have any questions, I would definitely ask away, if you don't mind. Okay, we got this. Must be installed. I have the extension now, so... Wait, do I have the extension? It should be overlay, right? Yeah, I do. Okay, so I don't know what people can do with this. If they change anything. Integration type. Both? What do you mean? Enjoy your game, give a new challenge. Viewers chat to earn pin points, which are used to good and bad, good and bad actions in game. Cheer with bits to gain special points, which can be used today or hoarded for another day. Hashtag CP, that's not a good hashtag, come on. Anytime to check your points balance. Well, hashtag CP! What the fuck? Okay, what's in it for them? The pin point grows with every command. One lucky viewer wins the bounty for gambling on your demise. Gambling on my demise, okay. So that's what it is then. I'm gonna put everything as standard. I'm not gonna change anything. Bit price. Bit bot percent. Votes. Then votes during Blood Moon, votes during Quest, votes in Safe Zone. No. I guess. Sub event, gift sub event, rate event, hack train event, channel point event. Sure. I felt a few already with things they had questions about. You're one of my favorite streamers, so I'll be more than happy to help you out. Thank you. And I'm not gonna start HRT at any, at least not during this or maybe even next year, but I'm still considering it, definitely. Rate viewer minimum to reward rate points. What? 1, come on. All rate is good. Okay, I'm not gonna change too much. I'll keep it like this. Oh jeez. Oh no, what is that? Cooldown? What am I looking at? Oh, wait, why am I talking? Oh, it's 7 days today. 7 days today. Mystery supply has been activated. Mystery supply? I don't see anything though. Nothing is going on my game. Wait, is there a new redeem that just happens that just appear in my Kaiju's hi? It should spawn the box by you? Maybe it's because of the cooldown question mark? What if I just no cooldown? Spawn spam delay 1. Oh, is that it? It says ready over there. Although chat box is blocking it. Yeah, I heard something too. Let me move the chat box here this time. Because the spawns are like right on top. Oh! Hey! I'm not ready. Mine. It's okay, I can kill. Go, torch! Hashtag scare? What's a hashtag scare? Very kind to share experience too. Yeah, I definitely agree. I don't hear a scare. What does that mean? Oh, jeez, fuck. Hello? Why is the zombie noises so loud? Ow. Ooh, that's a 2-hit for free. No, why are you running? Hmm? Oh, hey! Thanks, Evie. Oh my god. Really? I mean, I'll take it. Wait, that's so good. Are you gonna be so OP? Primitive outfit. I play too much once human. My brain cannot like comprehend. But slow. I think Sledgehammer uses too much. Uses too much things. I would say after struggling with 15 plus years of severe depression, HRT has pretty much solved the issue and I genuinely feel so much happier. So I want to be happier too. That's really nice of you. Do they cost any points or something? Burn. Thank you. Oh hey, look, it's Go Magala. Get a feather. Offers hug. Yes, hug Eevee. Hug Eevee. We are using CP to spawn things. Why CP? Sorry, I watched too many YouTube videos. And I watched too many, let's say, a certain Discord video, you know, that exposed a lot of certain Discord degenerates. Right, so that's why I'm like, oh god, no, why CP? What? Okay, how do I get a feather? I'm just gonna kill things here. Hello! Distort? I don't think distort works, question mark? Because I set the visuals to like none. Maybe I should, you know, I think I should enable it. Give me a second. I don't know how distort works, but if it gets too like uncomfortable for me, I'll just like deck. Super exciting because I'm getting a physical photo ID that says female gender. It's all coming together. Where? Where? What? I don't hear what I hear zombie though. I don't understand. I don't understand. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, hi. Oh, it does keep me on edge because like I don't have a downtime for myself. What? Painting? Yo, this is actually cool as fuck. Painting! Oh my god, everything is a painting now. Oh, this is cool. Oh, hi. I think I can see you. Oh boy, my stamina is not good. I need torch to make them burn. Thank you. Why are you running? Okay, we good, we good, we good. I'm just trying to like... Concrete mix? The game is being very nice to me. Regen? Oh, regen? Oh my god, OP. Thank you. I think I do need to have like packed meal first. Let's get 3 points. I don't want to feel encumbered all the time. Resource? Oh! Oh my god! I'm being spoiled! I'm absolutely being spoiled! Gonna get a shovel. Actually, I'm gonna scrap the stone sledgehammer. I feel like the sledgehammer is a little bit too early. Whoa! Whoa! Oh my god, I'm being spoiled! Sneak damage. Oh, it's medium armor. Bartering. Oh, it's light armor. So can I have night vision? With this? Yeah. The fuck? Where's the dog? Where's the dog? There's no dog. What the fuck? There's no dog. What do you mean? Thanks for the ammo. Burn! Alright, I'm just gonna quickly go up. I played too much. No, I'm not playing once human. Give all the gifts. Supply 2? Oh. Is there like a delay? I guess. Oh, dog wants to scare. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. I can use the gun here, I'm lazy. Damn. Wait. 88 pin points? How do you get points then? Oh, punch. Wait, I need the punch. But I do need 1 point. Okay, before I use the punch, I need 1 point on fish. If not, I'm gonna get infected all the time. Oh. Nice. I don't need this for now. Bullet. I don't hear something. Is that a scare? No, it's actually attacking something. Where is it? Oh. I need this. Fine. Actually, I don't need this, so I can get this one out as well. Snake. Oh my god, it's Sneaker! Bop. Thanks for the meat. Hello? It sounds too close, it has to be a scare. Okay, it is. Mimi trying to scare Kobold? Oh yeah, I have night vision. Do I even need torch at this point? I do have night vision. And boy, is it nice to not rush. Because I'm not on the 30 minute time limit. What was that sound? Oh, fast. Wait. Oh my god, I'm so fast. Am I Shanic? Probably. Oh, thanks for the pet, Astro. Hi, Astro. Welcome, welcome. Jump? Oh my god. Jump. I have 30 seconds. You know, I'm gonna go there and then just gonna get some wood. So I think the first trader is always gonna be trader wrecked. This time I'm not gonna try to stay in one place too much, because that would just be OP. I'll try to have like multiple base that I can roam around. Running don't cost any stamina, it's OP. Also, I hope you're doing good, Astro. Oh. No more fast. Wow, cool guy team. I'm playing all the Monster Hunter music. Hi, Narix. Got him. That gun or run. Ooh. Gaining 1,000 special points. Wow. Oh, whoa, thank you for Jakugen. And then we have 2 snakes. Thank you, whoa. Getting so much leather, and me too. Snake. I'm sorry. I have to self-defend. I'm telling the snake I'm sorry. Snake DTs? Oh my god, I actually forgot about that. Yes, snake DTs always. Oh, zombie. That's free 1.6 damage. And then they burn. Need to save resources as much as I can early game. Also, I'm not gonna go for Lucky Looter too early. I think that one is just OP. Like if I go Lucky Looter early on, makes the game very easy. Hmm? Oh wait, it also sounds so close? Oh shit. So scare and this sounds similar. Is that scare? That's a scare, okay. I actually appreciate the scare like happens. Scare happens first. Sneak. Meat. And tell Dag and tell Breen I'm sorry. It has to be done. Oh, there's a cooldown? I thought I put no cooldown on anything.
Come great. Here you go. Don't spend it all in one place. I got some shit. Don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass. Bye or bye.
Gonna sell something early on for money.
You cheap ass son of a bitch. That's all you're gonna buy?
Okay, we're gonna put 42 to 5 so that I can punch without much issue and then also get some cardio in. There. Now we can punch. Oh, that looks so cool. Oh. Oh! Oh wait, I can sell them for money. Thank you.
Quit gawking. Either buy something or piss all that gawking at goods and that's all you buy.
Does that thing on his chest say come? Really? Oh wait, I need to double check. Well, for science. I cannot see. Can I get in? No, I cannot get in. I think it... I'm just gonna assume it says come. Because why not? Smoothie? No smoothie. It's okay, I have some food of my own. What am I looking at? Oh, this door. Oh god, I'm actually feeling nauseous. Alright, don't think too much about it, just walk straight. It's fine, just walk straight. Don't look at it. Oh my god, I need to endure half a minute of this? I don't know why visual things makes me feel nauseous very easily. Fast? Thank you. I love fast. Okay, let's see. I could get lightning hands as well. Level 7. Okay, I am very fortified. Yeah, the nauseous is making me nauseous. Sorry. Maybe visual ones are not that good, I feel like. But I am kinda curious. I think there's like other thing than the steward, right? Crunch. Punch. 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 Oh my god, Ichigrek. Give me experience points. I need to level up. Come on, die. Oh my god, it takes so much bullet. I also get motion sickness easily. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Maybe I should. Okay, I'm gonna make an executive decision to disable visual effects. I'm sorry. spawn normal? Thirty minute Kugatima, no, not 30 minute. It's the Matt Lee version. Where's the snake? Where's the snake? Hey, don't dodge. Bop. 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 The CP though, the mouth. CP. I can't. My brain is so disturbed by the word CP. Oh, I think CP is checkpoints. Right, of course. Gonna need a little bit more wood than this. Actually, with chat spawning a lot of things, I level up very quickly. That's awfully nice. That's gonna take a while. Oh! Oh! Scavenger outfit? Yeah! Enforcer shoes? Yeah! Thank you. Definitely gonna repair them first. Ooh, wow. AI headgear plus intellect. Oh. So, oh, if I put this one, can I put in another thing? No, only headgear. But headgear already have night vision, and I want night vision. I need it for nighttime. Mini boobs with the fist for zombies? Yeah. They deserve the fiercest of boobs. What?
Sneak! High numbers! Hello, number. Hope numbers is doing wonderful. Yip! Yippee! Yip! Am I all similar? Oh shit. Oh? Hey?
Yep.
Yip! Terrible yips. Yips are good. Spawn normal and spawn crawler didn't work? Oh, I think spawning doesn't work because I'm on a quest. Yeah, sorry about that. I think I should disable that. Why? Because I can. You know what? Heck. Oh. 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 Oh, bullet. Jumbo. Boop. Bop. 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 Just got my passport, so happy to see the F on it. Nice! Huge congrats to Evie. Big congrats and a congratulatory words. Yip! 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 I think there was a thing that I can disable cooldown on quests.
Action story, blood moon, action interest. Standard. During blood moon, standard. No. You know what? Blood moon. You know, blood moon just standard. It's okay. I can handle it. Oh, snake! Boop snake. What the fuck? Oh, wait, no, you didn't see nothing. Wait, you saw nothing numbers. That didn't happen. How could you just murder the innocent snake? No, the snake wants. The snake's trying to hurt Kobold. That's why. A Kobold is self-defending. We left Camellias.
Well, look here, boys. We got ourselves a real-life hero.
Oh,
Now,
oh, it is come. You're right. Like machine. Is it the Rise on the OST list? Nope. It's the... Here, let me show you. It's the Monster Hunter full theme medley. So it starts from Rise, and then to World, and then to some... to mix. Yeah, that's like a mix and match, but currently it's all like Rise for now. Oh, I'm gonna clear zombies.
Can't say I'm not surprised. Fine, take a fucking look. Don't let the door hit you on your way out.
Machine gun. He gets everything. What? Oh my god. Bicycle parts? Holy shit, and supplies? Crazy. I need to make a base. Let's make it here. I'm just gonna put the building blocks in first. 45. Woohoo! Do coyotes sound like that? Oh, just scared. I feel I'm too used to the sound the zombie makes. Whoa! Whoa! Thank you. Hi? Oh, weren't you supposed to be in the burn forest? Okay. Now I need 2 crates. I'm gonna put everything in one first. Actually, no. Why am I gonna do that? I'm gonna separate food and weird resources, as I always do. It works. This one, this one, this one, this one. The rest go for the other one. This is chicken ration. Nice, I can just eat it. Thanks for the food. It's quite funny to hear that people don't like the Rice version of Tammy's theme. They're objectively wrong. It's perfect. What do they mean? It captures the playful and mysterious at the same time. I don't know how they do it, but they did it. Enjoy noms? I will. I have enjoyed the noms. Okay. So now that we have this. Oh! Whoa! Thank you. Medicine goes here. I'm gonna take one Royce with me. Taking this for me, just in case. Whoa! There's so many things! Oh my god, I'm getting spoiled! Yeah, spoil Kobold more! Kobold loves. Gonna put this one in. Actually, no. I'm putting this one in as well, just in case. Gonna fix this, put that in, take this. No, gun is still good. Torch I actually put here because I have this, so it's all good. Alright, we're going on an adventure. Getting night vision early on, it's insanely great. Oh yeah, how do you guys earn points? Kobold deserves all the things? Kobold deserves all the... Oh! Thank you all! Numbers don't look. No, numbers do not look. When I yip, then you can look. See, this is self-defense. It has to be done. I'm sorry.
Yark!
Yike. That's a lot of snakes. Yip. No, not yip yet. No, wait. Oh, okay, yip. There we go. Nothing happened. Fuck, we have a coyote? No coyote. Is it scare? Oh, it's scare, okay. I love Twitch integration. Makes the game more interesting. What? And also I'm being spoiled. Oh man. Oh no, not Teostra, get out. Oh, Kushala? Oh fuck yeah. He sees snakes. Man, Stickstia is gonna be happy when they see all the snakes. Okay, food and water looking good. Oh, my coffee is blocking the health. Oh, mods crate. Whoa! Oh my god, thank you. Can I use this? Oh my god, OP. So I have more chance to knock down monsters now? Earn pain points by chatting, I believe. Oh, that's a little bit bad. I mean, I didn't want to force people to like chat. Definitely. Welcome, welcome. Oh, you got the gifts up. I didn't see. I'm sorry. Hope you're doing good. Mushroom. Mushroom. Man, you guys have no idea. Like, Kushala is so hot. I love Kushala, but fighting against Kushala is actually cancer. Unless you have like wind pressure, then yeah. Boop, 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 boop. Oh! Get booped. Don't look numbers. Okay, now you can look again. Mind dwelling seems hazardous, but it's fun. It's nice to have time to just like get things like this. What do these things give again? Oh, they're clay. Getting clay like this is so not worth. How about this one? Nitrate? Oh my god, yes. I need nitrate. Nitrate because of fireman. Since I'm doing fortify, like fortitude build early game, farm is nice. Where you come from? What is that? AI enhanced headgear boost learning speed and improve the user's ability to discover value. Whoa! What really? But I only have. It's a headgear. Everything needs the headgear. I only have one modification spot. Oh, that's sad. I'm gonna scrap 2 of these. I'm keeping this one. I am definitely keeping that one. I want night vision. Is night vision good? You know what? Fuck it. No night vision for me. That is way better. 10 points. Okay, now we have maximum brawler. OP. I already won the game. By the way, I'm cheating. I have 5 points per level, so that's why. It's like I'm playing Tekken. Big punch. Big jab, big jab. Big jab. Electric. Are these nitrate? I actually cannot tell. Okay, they are. I wish I knew what the cost was. Oh, I actually have no idea as well, I'm sorry. I have zero clue on what everything costs. I'm gonna assume to my right, those things helps. GS? Action stage. Is it the game stage? Oh, it is. 7. Why is there bird here? Oh, it's a scare. Why is there bird here? I was like, what? That doesn't make sense. Bong. Are you real? Oh, you are real. Yee! Ah, yeah. Whoa! Oh my god, thank you. Mystery supplies. This is? Oh, clay, we don't need that. This is? Cobblestone? Yeah. It does show cost, I just wasn't paying attention. Oh! Oh nice, it does show cost. Because I actually have no idea what everything costs, so... Sorry, I couldn't be much of a help. Raider Blue. I don't like this, but legendary parts? Hell yeah. Yeah, I can just do this. Oh, oh man! I drew snakes! What the fuck, help? Oh man! My character says stuff, that's amazing. Spawn bicycle. No, bicycle. I need to get down. Oh my god, bicycle is insane. Dog, dog. No dog? I guess it's a scare. Oh, it is a scare, okay. More bicycle parts. That is so insane. Thank you. Oh, Evie!
Fox's snuck cute Kobo.
Fox's snuck cute Kobo. Thank you, Evie. Wow, wow. 25 gems. Channel point redeems his complete challenge. Oh, you can get PP like that? That's nice. Oh my god, this bird. Bird! Okay. Okay, we good. Oh, dangerous. They need to get out of here. Rounding off the extra 25 from the 75 from before. Oh! Thank you. Ooh, the Twitch integration can be very spicy. Group snake I did was 75 bit. Whoa, wait, that's a bit thing? I didn't know there's a bit. Wow. Thank you. I didn't know. Alright, I'm gonna need some roids. What? Explosives? Oh! Thank you. I'm being absolutely spoiled and I'm not even gonna complain. Okay, let's get maximum cardio. Lightning hands. Get some iron gut as well. Dog! Wow! What happened? Supply candy? Whoa! Supply... What's candy? Whoa! No fall damage? Makes up bonus? I can just eat this? Yo! I'm almost full though. I have to throw something out. One stack of meat is enough. Thank you. Candy is rare and expensive. It's 100 bits, Evie! Thank you. I didn't expect that some of them need bits. I'm sorry. But also thank you. Jumbo? What? They're coming. Uh-oh. Hey. Oh, we have proof of the hero? Nice. Uh-oh. Wait a second. Oh, one shot! Okay. Oh! Oh! Ammo! Oh my god, thank you! Chat is being so nice. And Kobolds being spoiled. Grayscale? Oh, wait, Evie, I don't have the vision effect on. I'm sorry. Can I refund the point somehow? There has to be a way. Twitch integration refunding points. A detailed overview. Oh, there's only automated refunding, but I already know. What the fuck? Oh! Fish chicken! What? I got bitten by chicken. I almost dead. Whoa, that was something. Hype train. Whoa! Thank you for the hype train. What happened though? Why was this suddenly chicken and wolves and everything? I don't need feathers. Oh my god, it's a feral one. No, da. Don't wake up. Oh god, it hurts. Oh, thank you. I know it's only primitive, but it should work. Hi Jade. Nuts? Uh-oh. Wait. No, why are you nutting? Not on stream. Or maybe it may be nut because broke the heat. Yay! Everything is fine. Did this... Oh no, do I have leather? I do, okay. Nice. I don't know why I said that, don't ask questions. Will do. I will not ask questions. I have too many things. I'm not gonna keep seeds for now. It's not gonna help. This cave is dangerous. Nuh-uh. Don't. No seed? No seed. Oh, or I can give seed to Jade. I mean, Jade likes seed. As per his reference sheet. Do you want corn seed? Even though I just kind of threw it away. Wow! Oh! Oh my god, money! Oh my god, there's so many shiny! Thanks for the shiny. Dear sunflower seed, well, I actually have sunflower seed packs in my kitchen. I don't eat sunflower seeds, but my sister loves them, and my mom as well. They love sunflower seed. No, you don't. No! They were supposed to be my families. It's okay, you can have them. I'm keeping this for money. Bird! Bird! Buff Volt? What's a buff Volt? A new Volt has started. Hype train complete. Oh, thank you for the hype train. I don't know what happened, but thank you. I could make cobblestones. Gonna need some building blocks. Be resourceful? Don't know what that is, but hey, I'll take it. Jumbled backpack, resourceful and energized. Your crafting and scrapping speed are increased. Also harvest them. Oh my god! Oh my god! That is way too good. That was your biggest mistake? No, it wasn't. I just gave seed to Jade, and now Jade no hungry. Too bad you mentioned sunflower seeds in your general vicinity. Now they're mine. You can have them. That's another thing that disappears with HRT. I'm sterile? What does that mean? Oh. No seed? Oh, reverse. Oh, that's cool. No seed. Oh, no seed. I mean, so you can still release, but there will be no seed inside. Is that what that means? This is as vague as I can put it. I mean, if no seed, no kid, then it's the best thing ever, isn't it? Considering that the economy these days is not very kid friendly. Well, it is very kid friendly, but like the things that requires to take care of kids just cost way too much. Like, when I cannot even take care of myself, how can I even get a kid?
You're not bringing. Congratulations. Here's your reward.
So I think it's a win in my book. Yes? Oh, nice.
If you want it, it's a deal. What the hell do you want this time?
I need the diamond. I can sell these, but I need the diamond. There's a lot of things going on and I love it. Robo crate? Oh! Oh. I think I can allow that, it's fine. Supply 2, thank you! It becomes whole body, takes a bit more work though, and the amount that comes out is a minimal clear liquid. Wow! I'm getting so many good stuff so early on. I am blessed. Everything is so fast. My gosh, thank you. So many help. Where did I put my house again? Oh, here. Who? Oh, it's inside my building. Wait. I'm gonna sell these. No, I'm keeping the shiny with me. The parts here. Keeping this, putting this one in. I want this. This one I can put somewhere. What the fuck? Oh, it's not a scare. That was so loud. Okay. Can't milk EV now. My plan for producing EV is no more. Now you're gonna resort to other EVs out there. wait, I shouldn't be saying that. I'm gonna get the crate real quick. Let me sell the things first.
You know, hey, jackass, can I lighten that backpack up for you?
You always need water. I figured out this hack on how to purify water. Yeah. Reload rifles 10% faster. Yeah, holy shit.
There's a sale, even if it is to a scumbag like you.
Actually, don't know any others. Evolutions, yes, but not EVs. I guess evolutions are more common, yeah. Is that... Oh, I can just make a bicycle now. I need wheel and mechanical parts. I think I can actually make that. Oh, I don't have mechanical parts. I only have electrical parts. Yeah, you know what? I think they sell it. I just need one, yeah. This EV is one of a kind? True. I am indeed. This EV is about to get my cast for dinner?
Oh look, another dumbass stumbling into my shop.
Do you not sell mechanical parts? Oh my god, you actually suck.
Well, how about you browse your ass right out of my store?
Guess I have to find mechanical parts now. I can get early bicycle because of chat, thank you. It's 4 PM though, ain't that early for dinner? How do? Beep beep? I think 7 Days to Die all uses hashtag something something. Yeah, hashtag something something, right? Please don't tell me you're inside. Okay, you're not. That wasn't a scare, was it? Oh, hi. I like early dinner. Weirdly enough, I like late dinner so that I don't have the urge to eat midnight snack as much. Attack foe, towards attack, spider attack, question mark, what the fuck? Is there even spiders in this game? I should get all the points in first. Okay, pain tolerance. And then healing factor so that I don't die. Done. Spider attack and question mark. Big Mama group. Big Mama! That's what they're called. Big Mama. Thank God it's morning. Because they are tougher than other zombies. A lot tougher. Ow. Yeah, I'm throwing hands. That's right. Big Mama. Okay, we good. That kinda hurt though. To be fair, I have all light armor, so it's alright. Wow. Thunderstorm. Supply weapon? Whoa! Oh my god, Knuckles. And then the double barrel? Man, as much as I love double barrel is just not as good in this game. Yay, experience points though? Yeah, definitely. I am leveling up like crazy.
Oh, look at you.
Has received 1000 PP for being the top helper. Oh! Nice, you get 1000 PP. Get machine gunner. Whoa! This is fire from the hips, I think. Oh, and aiming weapons? Nah. Twitch thunderstorm. Storm. The weather is thunderstormy. Thank you, well... More? Explosives? Oh! 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 Is that a scare? Oh, it's not a scare. Don't jump. Hope you don't jump. Oh, the second one is a scare. Unfortunately, I must get to sleep now. Thank you for sharing and letting us play too. Have a good stream. Of course! Thanks for playing along and also thanks for hanging around. Hope you have a heckin' good sleep. Armor crate. Oh, agility mod. Ranger outfit. Max health bonus. Oh, I do love the carrying capacity though. Scavenger boots. Reduce cyber stamina. I don't have salvaging for now. Ooh. Ammo crate? Ooh. Man, I can just shoot ammo now. I have so many ammo. Like that. What? Oh! Repair kit. That's nice. Skeeter's place. Ooh, nice. Man, why is Mizu's team so soft? The best team is so soft. Oh. Is that a scare bird? No, I hear flapping. Bird! Bird bad. Oh, hunting knife? Oh my god. I'm getting so many good stuff so early on. No sound? Wow. Ragdoll? Am I gonna ragdoll? What does that mean? Oh, Jesus. Zombo's here? It's outside, okay. Oh! Actually, what does Ragdoll do? It didn't say anything. Supply books? This bird? Uh-oh. Look! I'm more clever now. I didn't even read any of those. Thanks for the books. Ooh. Oh. I already have iron knuckles. Iron knuckles. Ooh, level 3? Nice. Are the zombies outside? Oh. Wake up, wake up. Die. If only I have a wrench, that would be nice. But then again, wrench is like late game or something. Mid game. What? Well, my mouth is like, okay, we have a wrench now. Hell yeah. Nine, 90, 84. How many repair kit? 5? I'll fix it so that I can sell it for more money. I gotta throw something off. Boost range? Oh wow, thanks. Oh, this is gonna take 10 years. I do need this. Supply tool? Ooh. Okay, now that we have mechanical parts. Thanks. wait, actually don't scrap it. Oh, this one is way weaker. $61. No, I need space. I have to scrap it. Hi, Wildflower. Yep. Maltino. $80. I have to scrap this. This on 200 is a lot. Let me check something. So iron gut chance of dysentery is reduced by 5%. But for consumables lasts 50% longer. Hi, malicious magpie. So that does mean that I can just eat bad food? This is peak gameplay right here. Oh, it's so far away. Why was that so close to me? Done. Whoa! How's that feel? Oh, you gonna tell me? Oh god. I need space. Still evil? Tiny zombies? Oh no. Does that mean it's gonna be like hard to aim? Cornmeal. Oh, minus water. I have too many things. It's always the spawn on you are tiny? Oh no. Okay. Even their sound is tiny. Oh my god, their head is huge! No fucking way, their heads are huge! Whoa, I mean, hell yeah. This sounds so. Oh, they. Oh wow. They sound so small too. I love tiny zombies. Ooh, pipe rifle. I don't really need pipe rifle.
Oh, look at you.
Being top helper. Ooh. I can take that for money, I guess. I'm gonna throw this one. Hmm? No place for that. Oh god. I'm scraping nails for now. Whoa. Oh, hunting rifle. I mean, it's definitely that better than pipe rifle. Scrapping this one, take this one. It's a really good way to save bullet if I want to. Scrapping this one, gonna get the iron for that. Oh. Bird, 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 bird. 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 Bird stuck. Whoa. I can't take anything anymore. Kobold is too full. Is it just me or is the game extremely foggy? Oh shit. Oh, Forge Iron? Oh god. I hate it. Let's drop this one out. Okay. Fast? Oh, thank you. Do I even need bicycle at this point since I run so fast with fast? Nah, I still need bicycle. I want one. I mean, I can already make one, so why not? A bicycle also means another bar? Another line of storage. Okay, that's fortitude maxed out. Let's get strength. Love me some pack meal and minus 69, huh? Like I mentioned, I don't want to go perception so fast because Lucky Looter is just broken. You loot everything mega fast, so you take everything a lot, and it helps so much. I should just use the rifle. This one. Ooh. Dog? No dog, it's a scare. These are the things that have the sale. I'm putting this one in first. Jumbo? Oh yeah, bicycle needs wheel, this, and mechanical parts, and just make a bicycle. Put this one in. Okay. I'm gonna sell this double barrel. Oh, hi. Don't. Random tough horde? Oh no. Random tough horde? How tough are we talking about? Oh my god, that is super. What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck? Jesus. Give me some distance. Good god, they don't die. We good, we good. Why do you have a health bar? Oh my god. Well, I almost died multiple times. Oh. Oh, reward crate. Nice, thank you. That was nice. Close, very close. I almost died. Regen? Oh, thank you. Supply meal? Whoa. Whoa, thank you. I can eat. Oh, they buff boiled meat. Boiled meat is so good now. It's all mine. Thank you. I actually can just sell beer. Oh, thank you. But I cannot use them for now. I don't have robotics perk. Putting this one in. Gonna sell this, sell this. Keeping this with me. I know I have one extra one here. Yeah. Ammo. Oh, those are money. I don't use crossbow, but thank you.
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to pay you now that you did it.
Berry supplies? Sure.
Well, good luck. You got money this time, or you just here to piss me off?
Money, money. Money, 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 money. Money, money.
No refunds. Deal's done. Now, beat it, fucker. Take a look at the shit I got, but don't expect me to cook it for you. All right? Now that you're done doing business, get out of my store.
So much money, thank you. How much money do I have? 2k? Wow. Need, like, repair this. Repair kit, 9 of them? Should be fine. Okay. And then use the bicycle. Thanks for the early bicycle. It's kind of funny how that tough horde is also really tough. Like super fucking tough. I thought it's just gonna be like some, maybe some bikers, some spiders, I guess, but those that is running in the morning is pretty strong. Oh, I forgot I'm infected. What's steel crossbow bow? I can. I'm scrapping it for. Sure. Sneak. Oh, I could get Mother Lotus one. Yeah. Oh. Oh. More stuff? Explosives? Wait, can I... Maybe I can. Let me try this. Hey, that works wonders. Holy shit. Alright, maybe just one more. Oh, oops, I pressed the wrong thing. Boom! Whoa! Yo, that's so good. Don't jump. Ah, shit. Thanks. Whoa, didn't find the thing? Oh wait, it's here. Nice. Big jab. Punch. Electric. Electric big jab. Is there more? Oh, there is. Hi. Get mega booped. Now we go back. Oh, that sticks of dynamite is really fun. Danger. Fragile. Fragile. Actually, yeah, Kobold is very fragile. Please gently the Kobold. Please gently the Kobold. Oh, a pet. Thank you, thank you. Whoa. I'll take it afterwards. Actually, I don't need this anymore.
Oh, look at you.
Oh, look at you. What happened? Yeah, I don't need that anymore. Look at that. World Times received 1000 PP. So many points. I might just sell these for money. Yeah. Whoa. There's dogs. Yeah. All good. Ooh. Oh yeah, I'm infected, right? Of course. Explosives? Oh my god, Granada. I want to sell this. I want to sell all these. I'm putting this one in. Yeah, looks good. They gonna increase the normal rate? Oh, you mean the normal, the the normal getting point. That's the hard part of this. Once you keep getting that 1000 PP bonus being top helper, it's so easy to keep staying in top helper. Oh, maybe I can change that somehow. Here, let me check. Show extras. Oh, these are all the... Oh. No. Here. Points. Viewer starting points. 3 points per 10 seconds. Oh. Helper reward. Okay, how about this? We put helper 30 minutes. But not so much. To balance it out. But we're gonna get more free points triple. Get when they first speaking in your chat. Oh wow, I mean I gotta keep this 100. Sub point at standard. The give sub point at double. Oh. So the rest of the things are gonna... Oh, tier 1 to tier... Oh, this is what it is. Okay. Why does give sub gives more points? Aren't they essentially similar? Question mark? It's set to double? Oh. Oh. I mean, this is the best I could do. As much as I wish. 3 points per 10 seconds for 5 minutes. Subscribers to the streamer's channel get double points. Oh. Defined interval. So I hope you guys don't mind that I'm putting this one. Essentially, you guys are getting less points, but hopefully this one helps a little bit. One point per 10 seconds. 3 points per 10 seconds for 5 minutes. What do you mean for 5 minutes? After 5 minutes, that's all? Set the amount of free points given to active channels per 10 seconds. Oh, I know what they mean. So you chat and then you get 5 minutes of those points. Right. So you chat once per 5 minutes and then you get those points. 10 seconds. So hey, that's actually not bad. Yeah, let's keep it this way for now and see how it goes in the long run. So complex, I know, right? I want everyone to get lots of points. Yeah. More people gets more points so that it can be very chaotic. I think that's more fun.
Here's your pay, Einstein. You better take this job. It's a deal. Quit gawking. Either buy something or piss off.
I have shiny.
Don't let the door hit you on your way out.
Oh no smoothie. Water level is good. Food level is not that good. I have a cooking pot. Let's make some preparations. No, I was doing things. Let's put it away from us. Hi. Don't jump. Yes. Ow. Okay, now that we have that. Some bacon and egg, I guess. And boiled meat is a good one too. Oh god, it's locked. No. That Dazi emote is actually so adorable. Very fitting for Dazi too. Actually, get one stack. I'm gonna wait for the water. 5 minutes? We're not gonna wait for the water? Food wise, we're still fine. This one. This one. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, cigar. Cigar is a mod now. Ranger glove. Rifle damage. Revolver lever action. Oh no. Yeah, that's better. Thank you. Hurt? What does that mean? I think cigars only head here. Ooh, thank you. Wait, yay. The voucher is too weak? Yeah, but voucher can really catch people off guard.
Get lost. But what are you, a zombie? Decide already.
Money. Oh, I want this, thank you. No, god damn it.
Cha-ching! Thanks, bud.
Silly? What's silly? You hear sounds differently? What does that mean? I don't hear sounds differently. Okay, we good. I'm gonna go and adventure again. It is great. Wait, what if I throw a bomb? It's gonna be like different. Yes! Boo! Oh my... The squeaks! Oh my god, this is great. Uh oh. The squeaks! Wait, can I hear more boom? Boom! Oh, it's so good. How long does the city last? Wait, I forgot I have a bicycle. It's fine. Not long enough. Oh, is it like gone? I think city might be gone. No, that's short. Ooh, fast, thank you. Should I try shooting? Oh, I didn't think of it. But I do love the boom, no? Alright, give me a second. I don't want this music. As much as I like Steve, this is okay. Nah. Oh my god, yes. Malzino good. Oh my god, Malzino is so hot. And the music is so hot too, somehow. Did you know that this music belongs to Malzino? The dragon that spawns when you redeem Malzino in my chat? Yeah, that one. That's Malzino. No, that's not Malzino.
Yep.
Yep. Oh. Yeah, there it is. That's Malzino. Man, Malzino's theme is so fucking good. It gives me goosebumps every time. Oh, hi. That was lucky shot. Or lucky punch, I would say. Oh, wow. That sounds like a tourist. Castlevania Dragon mode? Nah, Castlevania Dragon is nothing on Malzino. The hottest dragon ever. Hi, Roland. God, Malzino just hits differently, I'm telling you. Oh, hi. Boost melee? Oh, hell yeah. That's a huge boost on melee. Oh, thank you. Boil meat. Meat. We jump. That helps, like this. Wait, there's a mega jump. Whee! God, this part is so good. Maybe boil meat is the new meta in this game, like early game. Because boil meat gives water, and also health, and also food. Can't see shit. I wish there's a mod that allows us to have silly noises all the time. Like always silly noise. That would be nice. I can barely see anything. Wow, you cannot die, won't you? Just won't die. Bullet. Commando glove, range damage. I think I'm using a lot more melee. Oh wow, for steel? Like I don't really I just think that Monster Hunter music is great, but Malzeno music is just number one. There's just no contest. It's too good. Yeah, this part is too good. I can listen to this for months, and I shit you not, when Malzeno first came out, I listened to Malzeno's music for like months, non-stop. Like, not only is the dragon so hot, and the music is so good as well, I'm actually just simping, like 200% simping on Malzeno. I can't help it. What? I cannot see the snake. Okay. Is it missing in game? It's a Monster Hunter music. It's not 7 Days to Die music, but it is a game music, yeah. No, numbers, you didn't see that. No, numbers, I can explain. Self-defense, self-defense. It didn't happen. Hallucination. Weak melee? Oh no. Run. Run. Me confused? It's another game's music, essentially. I have a gun. Okay. Nuh-uh. Get closer. I'll shoot your head. Close range gun, why not? Slow. No! Wait a minute. It's all good, it's all good. I can melee again. There's so many crawlers. Oh my god, I cannot. I'm so slow. Oh. Okay, I'm too stonk, And Kobold is too stonk. Kobold is too OP, run! Run. Did you guys spawn this? No, right? Oh, numbers don't look. It didn't happen. Oh, okay. What is that? Feathers, right? Hit this. I hit the way. What's the AK? Oh my god, it is AK. Okay, we good, we good. Oh my god, wait, even the game wants me dead. Wait, the game wants me dead. The game is like, we're done being nice. Even the Pharaoh one? Too? Wow, gosh diggity dang, the game is that set on wanting me to die. Okay, we good. Thanks for the boost range. Just want to get more wood. Oh, it's honey. Why are there so many snakes? It's self-defense, I had to do it. Why are there so many snakes? It's the first time I've seen so many snakes. I don't trust this. Why are there so many snakes? I played this game for like 1k hour. I never seen so many snakes. No, I refuse. I refuse. No, I refuse. Spawn normal? I'm not killing snakes anymore. I love snakes. Ooh. Oh! Oh, Metal! So now Metal gets points? Hi, Metal. Metal, look, I'm doing this. Hi, hi. What were you playing? Welcome, welcome, Raiders. Oh, War Thunder! How was the tank game? Hopefully everything went well. Here, let me just... Oh, I don't claw hammer. Still need stone axe. Let me get this. Oh my god, the snake is in there. Oh. I don't want to kill snakes, I don't want to kill snakes, I don't want to kill snakes. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. 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 Wait, I'm missing some chat. More War Thunder with friends? Nice! Was fun? Oh, nice! Also, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. And I love dragons to bits. Hope you are doing heckin' amazing. I'm gonna go get nom noms. Oh yeah. Also, if you want to join this 7 days to die session afterwards, sure. You know, this one is like people can join with Twitch integration. I don't want to kill snakes. I'm against killing snakes now. Yay. Ow. Ow. My arm is sprained from biting my leg. This game, I swear to God, sometimes. What do I do? Okay, climb up. Snakes cannot climb. Hey, you can get in. Guess we can summon snake. No, no, no. Oh wait, AK. Wait, AK is better than this one. Nice. Oh, the snake is stuck. Somehow the snake got stuck. So during Blood Moon, when I'm inside with the snake, I gotta keep taking hits.
Trader Rick is now open. We got food, wares, you got money.
Oh, since we got out. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. Where's my Trader Joe? I don't know, Trader Joe is gone. Silly? Yes. Yes, I love silly. Oh, wait. Shut the fuck up, game. I did the best thing ever. Boo. Good. Boo. Celebrate? Oh. What does that do? I hear the squeak, it's so good. Okay, I think I'm gonna sell the rest of these. Zombos? Whoa! Whoa! Wait, more. Oh my god, celebrate! Oh my god, I love these little things, it's so good.
Well, you proved me wrong. Now take your reward and get the hell out of here.
Very supplies.
Get moving, Jack Bell. Look who decided to show the face again. You cheap ass son of a bitch. That's all you're gonna buy?
Oh, it's gone. Oh, it doesn't last that long. That's unfortunate. And whoa. You know, I played this game for so long, I never used these kind of ammo before. AP bullets? Yeah. I just use normal bullet all the time. Okay, let's make some boiled meat. Excuse-moi, you boil the meat, you need recipe for that? You just shove the meat inside the cooking pot with boiling water and that's it. Look, I have one shiny with me. Shiny is mine. Oh, I'm out of water. Well, I'm not out of water. I can just eat the canned food for now. Tuna doesn't give much. Alright, Snake, you have fun in home. Don't cause too much havoc now. I'll be right back. They good versus the fat ones and demos and I think pharaohs. Oh. BP for being the top helper. Ah. I think I know. You know what? I'm gonna make an executed decision. More points. I mean, this one is as much as I can get. Maybe like 250 on this, and then I'll give it to like 15 minutes again. 15-minute interval, but 500 points. I think that's more fun. It's adorable kobold. Hi Sim. It's a adorable fluffy dragon. No, you need to learn how to boil meat. Okay, fine. Whatever you say, Roland. What's no save? Jumbled backpack. Jumbled backpack sounds like a fucking nightmare. I just need that. Now I kinda want agility actually. I want run and gun and parkour. Just get all agility points first. Buff for no save. Target in the party take damage when inside a trader outpost or land claim area. So I didn't put land claim, but I do have a trader. Taking damage inside? Oh, I know what to do here. Yes. One more. Whoa! Oh. Where are you going? What? Why are you hitting? Bop. 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 Ooh, what is this? Oh, thank you. Dirk is getting ready for Eep's bottle to say hello and also supportive wiggles! Supportive wiggles! Thank you. And when you do go Eep, I hope you have a heckin' wonderful Eep. Oh, it's no way here. Oh, thank you. Yeah, let's throw one here. What? It's not here? Man, I have to do this. Oh! Brother, where you come from? Leech? Can I heal? I might be healing from them. Oh, it's here. Wow. I didn't even see that. I love how the zombies just keep spawning just because I'm being a dum-dum. Who won gun? I'm pretty sure that's how you use a gun, right? You get close to them, shoot them at their head? Yeah. Thank you, of course! Love dragon. What? Explosives? Oh, yes, 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 thank you, thank you. Oh wait, my bicycle. Where's my bicycle? I found my bicycle. An ammo supply, armor and weapon supply. Oh. Armor and weapon both is... I mean, all of these are good. More snakes? How the fuck are there more snakes? I don't want to kill them. Whoa, I'm taking all those and kill for money. Hey, how's the snake doing? It's gone. So they despawn? The fuck? Oh yeah, the no safe zone. So how much damage am I taking?
Great. Here you go. Don't spend it all.
Ooh, more berry supply.
Don't just stand. I'll sell you food, but don't expect me to cook it for you.
Thanks for the money.
Don't let the door hit you on your way out.
Oh, nice. These are no recipes one. Oh, thanks for the book. They're really nice. Smoothie? Oh my god, yes. Oh. Grenade. What the? Pure mineral water. Oh! Coal, dragon, and golden rod. And coal, golden rod, and the sentinel. I can only make one because I only have one golden rod. But pure mineral water is like OP. Holy shit. Holy shit, what happened? Oh, the points. Right. I think it has the raid thing. I think raiding in gets 1,000 points if I configure that correctly, question mark? I might be wrong, but I think that's what it is. Would fast make bike faster? Well, I guess we'll have to test it out. It's not faster, I think, is it? What? Maybe it is faster? I can't really tell. Yeah, I don't know as well. It's the thought that counts. Oh! Oh, cannot do that anymore? Fine, it's only just berry supply. What the fuck am I looking at? Wait, you're not tiny, but your head is so big. Nice. Ooh, thank you. Oh my god, food. I need it. Thank you, thank you. Let me take this one. I love that. I love that big. Oh yeah, metal. That is if you want to join. The room is set to friends only. I think we're friends already. I think we should be, right? And I think you should be able to just join the room from my profile, question mark? Or I could just send an invitation if you want. It's so easy to aim, holy shit. I didn't know Twitch integration is so many silly things that exist. Let's do this one. Who wants some? Wham! God, I love that so much. Oh. I need to make more dynamite. Give it a good old 1-2. Oh, a bird. Oh. Oh no, not the snake. Not the snake. Okay, why are there so many zombies all of a sudden? These are not spawn zombies, by the way. I didn't even see what I got. Okay, berry supplies here maybe? Check the floor. I don't see it. Alright, Snake, you better come back up because I need to throw another bomb. Sorry, Snake. Ooh, nice. Is it just me or is berry supply is so much more intense though? I don't think it was always like this. What are you doing? Oh man! Whoa, whoa! What have you done? I cannot kill snakes. I don't want to kill snakes. I'm running away. I didn't see them. Cannot catch me. Yeah, that's right. I'm a sneaky boat. I can run away. I'm doing Hearthstone daily. Okay, okay. There it is. There's one command that made zombie dance. Find a group of zombies for you? How do I get a group of zombies? I mean, there's only one. I think if I go to like a... Oh, if I do under berry supply, that's possible. I need that. Where I can... Ooh! Level 2 shotgun for money? I usually don't use shotgun early game. Double barrel just not that good. But auto shotgun and pump shotgun late game is OP. Funny as a group? Oh yeah, definitely. See if I can find one. Eight bullet. Any explosives? No. Dang it, I need more explosives. Explosion block damage. So this one won't do as much block damage. Oh, hey, you're back. Celebration, bucket heads. Big heads? Oh, I want those silly noises.
What are you? Well, you proved me wrong. Now take your reward.
Oh, I need this one.
And get the hell out of here. I don't like it moving. You know the drill, asshole.
What's this? Mini bike handlebars. Oh, that's early.
Sale is a sale. even if it is to a scumbag like you.
Okay, I need run and gun.
Oh, look at you.
Oh, look at you. Medium armor and parkour. I love parkour. So that I won't destroy my legs anymore. And get intellect. Bucket heads. Oh, look at your little bucket head. Oh my god, this is the best thing ever hit him. Even Snake is a bucket head. I love this game so much now. Holy shit, it's crazy. Oh man. Oh my god, it's a group of snakes. Wolf? No. No fucking way. What the fuck? Oh man. Oh, uh oh. Oh, hey, they're oh god, they're dancing. Okay. Oh, they'll stop dancing once. The sound I cannot. I cannot. I love the bucket noise. Ah, it's so good. I'm not killing snakes. I run away. And Snake Halvain, hi. Oh, I definitely do not kill any snakes. Like, nope. Alright. But hi. Been lurking a couple of minutes. Oh, hi. Hope you're doing good. And I always appreciate a lurk, thank you. I love the dancing zombies. Crawler? Where's the crawler? Do you have a bucket head? You have a bucket head. The sound. Since when did suddenly become the best thing ever? Kobold wet? Yeah, I'm wet now. Shit. I'm wet for nothing too much. There's 3 dances they can do? Oh. It's fine if you did, despite you saying I'm a raptor, so you're in the clear. Oh, okay, nice. Raptor? Oh my god, I love raptor. Oh, Jesus fuck.
Tyrak Pet Pit.
Thank you for 100 gems. But raptors are nice. I love raptors. I remember my first... Ooh, wait, raptors! I remember my first university project for the first mechanical creature demo. For the first mechanical creature sorry. Oh, okay. Mechanical creature that I made was Raptor. Because back then I was a huge fan of Riptor in Killer Instinct, and that really inspired me to make that. And I got a B+ on that project. I was really happy. On the 3D software, I mean. Yeah, Raptors are neat. Oh, no. Please God, please God. Oh. Oh, that's a lot of feathers. Also, I realized, as funny as Bucket is, they are stronger now. Whoa, group vouchers cost 200 bits? That's crazy. Thank you for trying the gems. That's a lot of gems. I did get the shout out about... Is that shout out? About your raptor salt? What's a raptor salt? Oh no! Wait, I'm not dumb, am I? Oh shit. Wait, I might be dumb. Oh god. When I raided last night. Wait, I think I remember. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, these are like OP items. I cannot. Thank you. I'm just gonna eat all the boiled meat. Oh, hi. That's my box. Don't touch it. Oh! Thank you for the dynamite. I'm so lazy to do farm now. How do they count the best helper though? I don't like the silent zombie mods. Oh, thank you. Nice. Best helper? I think it's based on how many positive redeems they do. Spawning items sell enemies. Oh. Oh, so only positives. You know, I think I'll be more happier if they have like a most active spawns. I think that sounds better. Just a personal preference. As far as I know, okay. Ooh, thank you, G. Oh. I'll keep it. Oh! Oh! I have maximum pack me already, but it's okay. I'll take it for the armor. Is this Fortnite? Oh hell yeah, it is Fortnite. This is the peak gameplay of a Fortnite game. Yep. Whoa. Whoa. I'm scrapping that for iron. Yeah. Oh wow, look at that. I'm too full. I mean, I don't need this anymore. Although, maybe I do need that. Mini bike part? That's crazy. I can make a mini bike already. I already got the chases and now that's the handlebar? Yeah, this is chases. I have a handlebar at home. Wow, okay. This is really great. I have a mini bike already. Holy shit, I'm being spoiled. I'm back from Atlan. They read the net me for a couple of minutes. Oh, curse the Atlan. At least I brought back the raptor. Bomberhead? I can be a Mugiwara? Seed loot bonus. I want this. Sleep Plus, Dream Advertisement. What? 10 gems, thank you.
Tile rack sniffer.
Sniffer. I've been sniffed. Thank you. Oh, lead car battery. Shit, I have to throw so many things. Actually, why? I have a bike. I don't need feather. At least I don't need too much of them. I want the armor pants to sell for money. I'm keeping it. Oh yeah, there's also a lot of stuff here. The new stuff and the Twitch stuff. Who wins? Look at that, I got so many experience points. Oh, thank you. Oh. I'm not taking seeds anymore. Oh wow, holy shit, it's a one punch double kill? I didn't know that's possible. Holy shit, I am one strong fucking kobold. They don't even stand a chance anymore. I thought only Sledgehammer can do that. But no, apparently punch is also strong. Red Puncher. Gonna have strong claws for climbing dragons? True. I mean, to surf dragons, that's why we're gonna have strong paws. You know, since the things that a dragon need is like many times of our sizes, we need to become strong. This one, oh, no recipe, just eat it. Did you guys know this is one of my favorite music as well? I mean, okay, no, you know what? I'm not gonna say that. Mo most music in Monster Hunter is my favorite music. But I will still stand by my point that, you know, Malzino's theme is still the best one by far. Silent Zombie. Spider attack, Big Mama attack. Oh, we seen Big Mama attack. Vandalia? Oh my god, yes. Oh, wait, 15 seconds. I have to go out, go out, go out, go out. Go out. Okay, preserve stamina. Say that while I run. Ooh! Oh my god! It's okay, I still have health. Oh shit. Holy shit. Alright, all good. This is making me want to play Monster Hunter Rise again. Oh, password is you are a kobold. All small letter. Let me type it out for you. That's the password. To join the room, you have to admit that you're a kobold. I'm so mean sometimes. Even I scare myself. What if I'm not a kobold? You are now. Oh. You're welcome. Ooh, wait, wooden ball. That's saying you are a kobold, not I am a kobold. Oh shit! You're right! No, wait! It was supposed to be perfect! Fine. You win this round. My kobold brain is still not big enough. Oh, how do I know that you joined? Oh, that's how I know. Okay, okay. We have another kobold. We are friends now. Oh wait, since when I have this, deep laceration. What do I need for this again? Sewing kit, right? Yeah, sewing kit. I have a base if you want to use. Well, I would say base with the biggest quotation mark. But once you add trader rank, you should be able to see my quote-unquote base. But if you want to make another base of your own, that's also good, you know. Whatever floats your boat. Do I have forge iron? I'm gonna do this because why not? We're just gonna let we're just gonna let that snake attack perpetually. It's okay. More space now. Guess I can keep some of the weapons inside, just in case you want to use them. I'm okay with that. Just a quick tip, you can share map markers. So, safe waypoint. My cave. And then report point show on the map. Remove waypoint. This one. Oh, share waypoint to alias. I did it. I'm the best. I keep hearing squeaks. There's so many squeaks. I'm gonna cry. Oh fuck. Shit. No attack snake. I won't. Yeah. Supply ammo. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's a lot of ammo. Oh yeah, I should unlock my boxes, right? Lock? No. Oh, they're already unlocked. Nice. Then metal can take whatever they want. It's totally fine. Whatever you see fit, you can just take them.
Damn, wipe that smirk off your face. Doing one job doesn't make us pals. Got it. Listen up, I'd say it's been quit talking. Either buy something or piss off.
Whoa. 20 bits.
Tikaka yip.
Yaka yip. Thank you for 20 gems. Oh my god. Hi Chashu. I missed that. How much? Sure.
Don't let the door hit you on your way out.
Also, now that I have maximum parkour, I can just do this. Alright, the snake is wreaking havoc, but it's okay. It's only as small as damage, it's fine. It's no big deal. Look at that, it's just a little bit of bite marks on the cobblestone. I mean, I would say that the snake is really strong to be able to leave a bite mark on the cobblestone. Can I make boiled meat now? Only grilled meat? Oh my god, I need 1 more points for... Okay, do you sell the book? I just need 1 more book so that I can make a boiled meat.
You want something?
Yeah. You don't have that. You actually suck ass. Wow. You don't have anything.
Yup,
yup,
yup, yup.
Yep. These things is Explosion block damage 3000.
Some days I don't even know why I open the doors.
Oh, look at you.
Whoa, look at you. I think we're good. I'm gonna go do my own quest as well. Oh, you can spawn things for metal as well. Oh, nice. Yeah, help metal as well. Oh wait, I wanna make a mini bike. Oh wait, do I need a mini bike? Do I need a workbench to make a mini bike? Yeah, I do need a workbench. Aww. Yeah, I saw you were like really far away. Oh yeah, can you guys give fast to metal? It doesn't work that way? Fuck's the command for it? I actually don't know, but if you're on... You might be on the phone. Or... Books. Oh yeah, I remember someone asking what the books are for. Book is the more books you read, the more passive... The more passive buff you have. This is why I hate mobile. Mobile trade sucks, I'm sorry. But it's just what it is. I actually don't know what the command is. It's okay, Metal. This is... You can get like a point on cardio. Oh, I got fast. I don't think... No, I don't want to kill it. It's a tourist, but I don't want to kill it. I mean, I could kill it for like 2000 something. It works for both? Ooh! Those commands for forever in the pun. Oh, that's awfully nice. Oh yeah, there are some hydration in my quote-unquote cave. But there's no food though, so it's a bit of a small problem. Wait, no, it's just 100. Not the snake! There's two snakes. Oh. Oh no. Ow. Do they hurt? I guess they don't hurt as much. It's fine, I can let the snake hit me. Maybe that works too. Oops, that's a wrong tool. I have to play LTTP. Did they just destroy? Did you just destroy the door? I think you did. Holy shit. Yeah. I will throw a bomb, and it will be it'll be an accident. Oh no! Oh no! I don't know what happened. Oh goodness me! I don't know what happened. Oh, I'm so sorry. Look, it's a bit of a mistake, right? Oh my god, everything just got destroyed here, and that's crazy. Also, I can't see shit. Oh, that's real, that's real. Okay. Oh yeah, I actually never asked, but if you're hearing this metal, do you want to like do you want to voice call, or are you okay with just like us playing the game together like this? Honestly, I'm okay with both. Yeah. Out of water. I didn't mean to throw that one. Ranger glove. Revolver slash lever action damage. It has more everything now. I'm fixing it. Sure, it would be easier. Okay. So let me lower the volume of things real quick. Also the music. I guess we can use the server voice chat, if you don't mind. I've already done this, so I'm like very all over the place, I'm sorry. I'm going to gaming. I'm gaming. Who? What?
Hello, don't worry, it's a tank reference.
Ah, hello. We have Kobold playing. Oh. You. Wait, you're facing the wrong way. Hey, let me help. Dang. That works. Hmm. Oh, I can make boiled meat now. I found some food. You got loot? More loot. Oh yeah, also I made blood moon every 5 days instead of the usual 7. Ow. Ooh, metal fast.
Here's Johnny.
You get the speed.
Oh,
Well, you're here already. Oh my god, you're so fast.
yeah, well, the speed versus got me here quick.
Hmm. Do you need food and anything?
Got up some on me, so I'm good.
What? Here, you can have this.
Okay.
Eat food.
Yeah, that's some good stuff right there.
Did you have points in Lucky Looter?
Pretty sure I do. Hang on, let me look. What's Lucky Looter? Yeah, I got 1 point in it already.
Ooh. I have 0. But I do have a lot of punching.
Spend those points.
Right. We can do this. You also get the quest reward, right, after you're doing this?
Yes, I do.
Nice.
Silly noises!
We got silly? Hi Leon.
I love it so much.
The squeaks, they're the best.
Have you heard when the shotgun it goes like "Pachoo, pachoo," and then and you use the other guns and stuff? It's great.
I only heard the machine gun noises. I haven't heard shotgun and or pistols.
I think the rocket launcher one is like "Pachoo." Ooh, repair kit, that'll actually be really handy. Thank you very much.
Somebody's done without you. But you want to join a Leon Kenna? You just join the room and the password is you are a kobold.
Oh, hello.
Everything's fine?
No. Pew! By the crossbow.
Oh, you have a crossbow!
Phew! I'm so glad they added this.
The silly noises?
I have a pipe shotgun.
Ooh.
No ammo, but I have one. That's a snake.
Don't kill the snake. You kill the snake.
I had to.
Chat, I didn't kill the snake.
Yeah, I for this.
Botio? Well, I tio already though. If you,
Oh,
that's a
Hello.
loud. That's a really loud spider.
nice.
I found a pistol.
Cool.
Oh my god, I found a pistol.
Ooh, strange.
Ooh, strange.
Do a lot of damage if I hit something. Come on! That. Yeah, I'll just pin him to the wall. Yeah, okay. Holy cr-
Through their pin? Distort on me.
like my character got drunk all of a sudden.
I disabled the vision ones on my end. They make me nauseous.
Ah.
Oh, bird?
Oops, sorry.
Bird. I got bird. We did the quest.
Oh, okay. Book. And a hat.
Ooh, ammo. Unique crossbow bolts?
Oh, box. Let's have a looky.
I have
Pretty free at
iron
the
one.
moment.
I have an iron one. Take it. I think I can make a mini bike once I have a workbench soon. I still haven't finished with the tier 1 missions and I already got a bicycle. From the loot.
Yay! Oh, iron speed. Oh, yep.
Your speed, nice.
Alien boost. Have a minute. Oh, that's a sledgehammer. This is Ambi. Holy crap.
What's happening?
Kind of launch someone over rock.
The
Yep,
power
melee
sledgehammer.
boost. That's exactly what it says.
Sledgehammer plus melee boost can create some interesting results.
Yes, that gravity doesn't exist for him. Boys. Wait, is that a... Hold up, is that a mud for the sledgehammer? Oh, can we put on clubs and bats? How can I put barbed wire on a sledge?
Ooh, Mount Cena. I'm putting a bunch of things in the container.
Okay.
If you want any of them, you can just take them. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot picking up.
It's very messy at the moment, though.
That's fine.
Do you have goldenrod flower?
No, but I have one of the teas that are on me.
Hmm. It's alright. With goldenrod, I'm able to make pure mineral water.
What am I here? Gotcha.
Oh. Oh, just scared.
Yeah, okay.
Leather duct tape. Iron pipe. Leather duct tape. Iron pipe.
No, I don't. Okay.
Cobblestone.
Trader Rex is now
I don't have
open.
any of that either.
I got a hangover, so keep it
I hear
down.
some weird. Whoa! Oh, pig. I have. I have a forge.
Ugh.
Forge. Princess, new Wilds video just dropped. Wait, new Wilds video? Shit. Increase stamina generation of the target and their party for a limited time. Nice. Oh wait, boy meat is so slow. I'll watch the wild later afterwards.
Wait, this guy has a shed?
Who? Food. Thank you, Evie.
Am I hearing Steve the snake? Yeah, I am.
Did you hear Steve the snake?
Hi, Steve.
Did you kill Steve?
Yeah, he hit me while I was doing something.
No, Steve. No, see, no.
Oh,
Mutated? Oh! Gosh, I hate
always make
those
sure.
things. Just making sure, yeah. You never know if they're dead or not. They could be faking it. I found a bunch of goldenrod.
All the way out of the way. The quest gets done.
Which quest?
Put a claim block down. I put it like far away so it doesn't conflict with anything.
Oh, I didn't put any land claim block of my own. I think you can just put it anywhere you want, it's fine.
It's bedroll. Hmm? Heard that. What was that? Oh, and I got.
Sarlot mischief tile rack stair Sarlot cheesecake.
Everything looks like Minecraft. Oh, we have another snake. Hello. I'll call you Bob. Oh, and we're inside. drop anything if we die?
Oh, look at you.
What am I getting? Wise.
Oh, how long have I muted myself? Oh god.
Probably a while. I never noticed.
Oh my god, I didn't know I muted myself. I was
Did I answer
talking.
the question? Do we drop anything on death?
Yeah, I think I said to drop everything.
Okay.
I actually wanted it to like not drop anything, to be honest. I forgot to
Yeah,
change
you
that.
can do that.
Ooh.
Hello.
Oh, we need a silly. The silly pichu.
Why does the turret you put down look like it's sad?
Now it's not
there
sad
we go, it's up
anymore.
there.
Oh.
Oh, there it is. Oh, okay, that's weird.
Oh, hey.
Oh, yay.
I can stab again. I'm awake. Party girl horde? We can have a horde?
Oh, yeah, you kinda got a problem.
Oh. Oh my god, what the fuck is... Oh, jeez. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Holy shit. What the fuck is going on?
Oh, I'm gonna die.
No, I'll save you. No! I didn't punch hard enough. What?
Oh, there goes you.
They shocking. It hurts. Oh, I didn't put the bed roll down.
I can't get out of the hole.
Which hole?
The hole in your base. In the middle of your base, I can't jump up.
Oh, wasn't there a wooden ladder there?
There is, but I can't use it.
Wait. Why?
I don't know.
Weird. You should be able to use it. Wait, let me make a new one. Give me a second. I will. Which one is yours? I think this one's mine. Here, give me a
Yeah, the
second.
one with all the higher tier stuff, yeah.
Let me try.
Maybe put it on a different wall?
Yeah, I was thinking about that as well. What's going on? No melee?
No melee.
Too late. This one, how about?
There we
Hey!
go.
Kobold is out.
I guess it was conflicting with the box.
Yeah, probably.
Mini bikes. Yes.
Mini bike? Oh. I just need a workbench. Alright, I don't have enough
Yeah, I gotta reload
workstations.
everything. Oops.
What's going on?
I have to reload everything.
Oh no.
Resource. That'll help.
Hey, Jade, why would you spawn snake on me, Jade? If you mention you're gonna you throw something. No, I'm not killing Bot this time. Maybe the dynamite can kill. Did the
Wait, what?
how? How did the snake die? I actually didn't touch the snake this time, but it died.
Don't look at me, I'm nowhere near it.
Well, free meat, I guess. Tree killed it? What do you? Tree can kill? Oh.
That would be weird.
Okay. Okay. I didn't know tree deal damage on dog. Uh oh. Cop? Oh my god. Uh oh. Oh, there's a lot of things happening. Okay. No, Jade. No. Oh, mutated.
Oh god, my controls!
Oh, my controls are. Oh,
They're
ew.
inverted!
No. It's fine, it's fine.
I don't know if I can kill it with...
Oh, wait, that's working backwards.
There we go.
I killed it.
So my backwards is forwards. Okay, well... Uh-oh, behind you.
Oh, my controls are back.
Oh wait, I have a shotgun.
Kablam!
Kablam!
Kablam! Oh my god, Jade is mad.
I missed.
Because I killed Bob.
Tile rack pet pit tile rack pet pit tile rack pet pit tile rack
I need to
pet
use
pit.
this.
Oh, thanks for the 10 gems, Wolf. Oh god. Oh, get him, robot, get him! Yeah!
Oh, there's a dog behind you. Or
Oh.
coyote or something.
Coyote! It's running away.
Hey, we got more Steves.
Yeah. Oh, this one is Steve? We have Steve and Bob this time?
Yeah.
At the same time. I'm sure it's fine.
think you're a little turret things hitting him every now and then.
Who? We got met. Oh god.
Yes.
Met.
Yes.
Okay, but it's not just one new Wilds video. 3? What the fuck?
Oh
Wait,
my God.
Capcom is cracked. 3? Well, I know what I want to watch afterwards. Holy shit.
Yeah?
We got 3 Monster Hunter Wilds video.
Oh.
How did Jake get so many points?
I don't know. But apparently there's a crate here with your name on it?
Oh, so and Jake got all the points? Question mark.
Hmm? I think when you give biddies, you get more points?
I'm confused. I don't know how they work. With a floating corpse. With a moving corpse. I don't know what to make of it. The Kobold is very confused.
I'm trying to push the box towards you.
There is the the corpse. I'm just gonna let it fly to victory, I guess. Oh god. I have punch. Oh, bird.
Brought your box.
That's my box, thank you. I mean, you can take it as well.
Nah, it won't let me because it's got your name on it, so it's fine.
I didn't know there's a difference.
Me either.
I got distracted by Bob and Steve too much.
Box. Other box. Oh, I'm not gonna need crossbow ammo now.
Okay, fucker. You respect the shop rules and we'll get along just fine. Well, come to word of it, quit gawking. Either buy something or watch yourself, stranger. I know some fellers that break legs for coin.
Hey, look, Metal is getting pets and poops. Hi, Brecky. I want to use pistol.
Oh, there's the plane.
Airdrop? Loot?
Yeah, airdrop.
Loot! Oh my god, eat loot.
What are you insinuating?
Loot?
Ah, the traitor.
The trader is rude.
Yeah.
Don't like the trader.
There are snakes everywhere.
I'm being told not to touch the snake. Oh, maybe Metal can touch the snake.
No.
Which quest are you going?
Wait, no, my quest is telling me to pick up rocks and I don't know why.
Rocks. I wanna follow you. Oh, are you still in like the first?
Yeah.
Oh. I'll wait for
Guess I
you.
go. Am I?
In the meantime, you can go get the thing. The airdrop.
Yeah.
What's happening? Tiny zombies?
I don't know.
Oh my god. If Metal touch Snake, Wrath gets unleashed on Metal and you? Okay, Jade, okay. I get it, no touching Snake. What if I touch Snake though, Jade?
If we touch a different kind of snake,
I mean, to be fair, there
they're ranged.
are quite a number of snakes in the chat. I will find you. Kill you. Oh yeah, Jake. No. I don't believe. No.
Uh
There's no killing going on.
oh. Tiny zombies!
Small zombies.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Oh god.
There's a horde of them. I'm gonna die.
No, I'm very far away. Safe Metal. I'm gonna go get the thing real quick. I got fast. I'm gonna run.
There's so many! They're also adorable.
They also sound weird, right?
No, probably not. I am very infected right now.
I think I just found antibiotics. Yeah, I have one.
Oh, whatever someone gave me, I just one-shot 3 of them. What the hell?
Oh, let's go. Energize,
And
regen.
the rest turned into confetti.
Hey, I love confetti.
Yep.
Okay. You'll just save my butt by comboing like everything.
Yeah, Metal been saved.
It didn't help that someone cursed you, which cursed me with don't use ranged, so I couldn't use my shotgun.
There's no more kerblam.
Oh well.
Touch the snake, Kobold. Breathe it. I don't want to breathe snake. Oh my god. It is a very small zombo. Oh, hi.
Hello. Oh, is that it there? Oh, that's it there. Oh my god, I hit. This is so tiny!
why are you running so fast?
It's so small! Just a little guy.
So smart. Oh. Oh, food. You wanna go do my quest for a little bit?
Okay.
Yeah.
Although I am infected, so I probably should go back and get the
Oh,
antibiotic first.
wait. Here, I have it on me.
Oh.
Yeah. Antibiotic.
Okay, we're good.
Now we can quest.
Oh, another little guy there. Hello.
Just flops.
Oh, that's a drop.
It's a big drop.
There was a city right here?
A what?
I didn't know there was like a city right here.
Oh,
Like a city.
I mean, I think it's more like just like a few places to find.
Oh, a town then, okay.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Ooh, lockpicks. I can actually use those.
Lockpicks.
Yay! Ooh, snow. I like snow.
We can make smoothie with snow.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, you can do the looting. I will go kill and maybe salvage.
Puff and I'll puff. I'll melee Yodo down.
And Kobold is a scaly, Snake is a scaly, breeding is therefore morally correct. The only snake me and Kobold know spots 2's 46-inch sticks. What the fuck?
Do I need to know?
Probably not. Actually, I don't even know which snake has such huge. Well, dad.
Tendament. Ooh, duckbill.
Duckbill shotgun?
Duckbill shotgun.
You know?
There is this angry guy.
Do I know?
Oh, there she is.
Complete discarding Kobold snake mode be like, there's no Kobold that sticks here. Completely different. True. Different entity.
Gun.
Gun.
Let's go. Oh. Oh yeah, level.
I found a book you can read.
Yeah.
I read this book, now you can read it.
Okay.
Mystery supplies?
I don't know, I can't see them.
Oh, they're outside. I got an explosion. Look, look, look. Explosion. Alright, I'm gonna activate this one.
Okay.
Boost melee? Wow, that I immediately just decimated the car.
It was a car.
There was a car, now it's just nothing. I'm an angry kobold.
What? Angry apparently. Oh dear, I popped the head off.
I can send zombies flying with my fist.
This is. How do I use these?
Hi Mafra. How's your morning? It's pretty good. It's afternoon there. Yeah. It's afternoon here. Yeah. Very big head.
Yeah.
Nice.
That is one ugly head. Yikes.
Yeah, I hate that.
Hate that.
I don't like that head.
I thought all hair was supposed to be good head, but nope.
Cannot believe that's a bad head somewhere. Yesterday I sculpted some hyena ears for my girlfriend's suit. Oh, nice. Hyenas are neat. I'm taking that.
Stun baton?
Ooh.
I think pots? I don't have any space.
I could take it.
Oh, no toilet gun.
Oh, you found a toilet gun? Ooh. I also found it. I also had it. I'm using a toilet gun actually.
Someone outside.
I'm gonna go dig some snow.
Ow. Oh, right, I was supposed to learn how to use grenades.
Your grenades?
Oh yeah, we should see what the grenades sound like.
Oh, grenades sounds good. Boo!
I love it.
Oh, it's scary. I thought that was like a super loud spider zombie.
Oh, I made him. Oh. Okay.
I got snow. I have 440 snow.
Should be enough to make the Yakka smoothie. They're like really, really good.
Hi, T Foxer. Feed boats? And boats need food. Pew! Pew! Oh, what does handgun sound like? Pew! 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 I'm out of stamina.
Oh, look at you.
It's cozy here. Wait, where did the door go? Huh? What door?
Or
Do we need a door?
apparently we had a door.
I thought caves doesn't need door.
I thought. Oh, he's still not.
I got him. I got the fist.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ammo.
Stuff away.
No more snakes here?
Like it.
Wait. Let's put things into forge first. I still want more for the workstation. Should probably make some farm. I'm just making a bunch of farm plots now.
Okay.
Oh, it's Violet. Hi.
I heard noise, but the noise is hidden.
I think there's like, yeah, there's one crate for you up there. I seem to be able to give cookies, so I'll send metaphorical snacks instead. Please give snacks good. Dance off? Oh, there's no zombies around! Ah, there's no zombies around. Oh.
Music's good though.
Yeah, it's bumping. Maybe I don't have enough watch hours, so follow Ash. That'll be fair. I'm new here. I'm not too sure. I don't have a redeem that redeems cookies though. As much as I would love a cookie.
Well, you proved me wrong. Now take your reward and get the hell out of here.
Yup, 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 yup.
Another quest.
I have a bicycle.
Name's not good luck. You better not make me listen up, Jack. Don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass.
Call me, fucker.
Job done.
Wait, we need... Will this actually do anything? Oh, I can throw it inside. That's what you get.
I sell to anyone, even morons like you. Cha-ching!
He's so rude.
Yeah. The crowd control isn't working for you? Is it not? I mean, it's a
It's
7
not a
days.
crowd control, it's its own thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 7 days to die own thing. I think if you type hashtag CP, you should be able to check how many points you have so you can spawn things.
Oh, hello, zombies.
They got boop. They didn't know I have the mega boop. Minimum?
I like shotguns.
I love booping. Yeah, I know, right? That's not a good name for a command. I was mentioning it, say, oh god, why CP? I love anything. But I guess I want to, like, you know, the short form for checkpoints, I guess.
No idea.
Yeah. Either way, it's just not very nice. oh, metal.
Hmm?
I wanna give you this.
Ooh, bicycle.
It's a bicycle. found more weapon crates to sell.
Make up your mind or make your way out.
Pistol.
We just sell straight up cement mixer? Ooh. Oh my god, everything they sell is so expensive.
Like,
Cheap ass son of a
Trader Rick
bitch.
is closing
That's all you
shortly.
wanna buy?
Finish your damn business or come back tomorrow. If you're still alive.
what?
If you're still alive.
So rude.
I know. Trader
Thank
Rick.
God I'm closing soon. I've had a lot of bullshit today.
These are serious. This can make you delirious. Don't need these like cookies. Oh, meds. Seems to be on cooldown. Try supply meds instead. Oh, that's why they have a cooldown.
Ow.
Who?
Oh,
Repeat.
that actually scared the crap out of me. I heard the Jesus. Oh,
It's just the
Oh, my lord.
noise.
the pig scared the crap out of me.
To be fair, pigs can be very scary, yeah.
Jesus.
Gonna burn these.
Oh yeah, I started putting mods in this little wooden one, so that way we don't have to like go looking through so many to grab it.
Oh yeah. It's nice, thank you.
Also, that frees up space.
Mm-hmm.
When did I pick up Edison? Oh, that's when. They're gonna eventually have one of these on every corner.
One of what? Oh my god, I messed up. I didn't mess up.
Both our quests are kinda near each other? Oh no, mine's closer. Eh.
We're gonna go questing? I'll just spawn the pig.
Well, that was.
Hi, Pumpkin King.
There's oh no.
Oh, yours is closer. We can do that one first.
Yeah. Also, that maybe that was the door they were talking about. The one I placed on my quest. It's like right there.
More quests?
Right.
I'm ready to go. Also, Pumpkin King, you spawn balls by, typing hashtag spawn something. There's like a bunch of
Yeah.
commands that you can look at on top right of me. So you can look over there, and then you can always type hashtag CP to check how many points you have, so you can do things.
Oh. Get the deer.
Duh. It's weird. Just imagine if we could seek Jade and Kobold after she I mean, you could spawn Vulture. I mean, not saying that Jade is Vulture, but it's like close.
Spawn a horde too, and those hurt.
Oh, it's this place.
Is it a mine?
Yeah,
It is.
I already searched this place.
Really?
So it's empty now.
Whoa.
But it is a mine.
That's a drop. Oh, okay. Well, if you've searched it, I can just start it up.
I rate here a Kobold out of Kobold. We are Kobolds.
Yeah. Yip, yip.
Yep. My Tikaka. We got the yip and the ping pong.
Cowboy, fuck yeah!
Hope you're doing good, Tikaka.
Oh, mushrooms.
There's a lot of mushrooms here.
And you need them for soup, I think?
Spawn Vaseline orangutan. What the fuck?
Uh-oh. What I hear? Pew!
Shotgun.
Oh, everything hurt me.
It's alright, I got them. People call me Mike Kobold.
Oh, where'd you come from? Oh, there's a hole in the ceiling.
Yeah. Are you not there? There, you're dead now. Just gonna get nitrate powder from here.
Oh, the Kobolds, fuck yeah.
Love that one.
Yeah. Yeah, nah.
Shotgun. Just woke up, eating some breakfast, and then going to the gym, like for like the first time in your life. Ooh. Going to the gym.
That is stalagmite hanging from the ceiling?
I hope you had fun with gym. I remember going to gym like when I was in middle school. I was a Chinese lion dance troop leader, but not anymore. Mike Tierra, famous for finding an ear off of gummy fish in 2008. We got him. Elder Bolt gonna become Swole Bolt? Swole Bolt sounds cool. Like you have a massive muscular kobold. Actually, I'm just a professional whooper. They just get booped so hard they died. Cold-swallowed.
Listen. I just... Wow.
What happened?
Never mind. There's the wrong button.
I heard you shot twice. Did you shot twice at the box?
Yeah.
Shiny.
It's okay. That's how Kobold do it. This might actually go back like
Oh.
this.
Wrong way.
I just put blocks.
Wait.
I'll get that thigh. Ooh. I will get that thigh once I get back to my base. Oh, cave.
Bunny hop.
We go for the next quest.
Yeah.
Yeah. This area reminding me of when you fight the centaur thing in Resident Evil 4.
Oh, look at you.
I don't remember that.
Ah, look at you.
BMX. BMX Bold. Oh,
Oh, and I'm not back here. Where am I?
I'm still going to the exclamation mark.
I got reversed.
Yeah. The cage match and the hanging cages. Shit, I may need to revisit Resident Evil 4 someday. Oh hey.
Box.
Oh, so many bucks. I got meat.
Heels.
Meat. That's a question. It kind of bothers me enough that it keeps me out at night and wondering if any of you can help me figure out. Do you think man will ever walk on the sun? Ooh.
Oh.
I mean, we walk on the moon. Probably not, I feel like. Just the sheer amount of heat that's radiating from the sun.
Yeah. It's atomically impossible.
Yeah.
But it was...
You can walk on sun once. Can you even reach the sun?
No.
The sun isn't hot, day is hot? No, I don't believe you, T-Foxer.
I was my boy here.
Animal fat. Supply a mini bike? I can't make a mini bike. I just need a workbench. Good, I have enough to tell a fib now and again. Ah. As the gals say, having a lag. Those are some advanced terms I never heard of. Maybe because it's something that I never heard of in Malaysia, question mark?
Ow.
Yeah, alright?
Yeah, I'm good now. Or...
Celebrate? Yes, yes! Wow, it's so good!
The shotgun's cool.
And then the squeak. The squeak.
Kablow, kablow!
The squeak kills me every time.
Yeah. Kablow,
Kablow! Kablow!
I love that one so much.
We need more city noises. I wish there's a mod that allows city noises without Twitch integration.
Keep it on? Yeah.
Yeah, keep it on. Or just like, without playing with Twitch integration, just have the kablow. That would be so nice. Alright, I'm gonna activate this one.
What does a sniper rifle sound like?
Silent. Kablow.
I can't.
It's the mix of kablow and squeak. Oh my god.
Yep.
It's too good. Ooh, ammo crate.
Wow.
Kablow. Kablow.
Oh, wow. Okay, he did. Oh, no more noises. My aloe vera.
English is so many words that mean the same thing, and a lot of them are regional. A fib is a lie, and a lark is when you're saying something jokingly. Oh, well, I learn new things every day, yeah.
Did you get your supply box thing from the building, wherever it is?
Who? What way?
You're supposed to look for a little supply stash thing somewhere around here.
Oh, yeah. Mine is above. Yeah, let me get some. I need to get some forged iron real quick. Hey, Kobold, may I DM you a meme? Sure.
No!
Meme.
First. Oh dear.
Boost range? Are they gonna fly
I
on the
might send
screen?
things flying with a shotgun.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I'm going to find out. Here is Zombo.
I found mine.
Well, I sent it flying in the opposite direction, if that makes sense.
So you shot the zombie and then they fly towards you.
No. Instead of going up, he went down. There's a hole in the ground now, and it's a pretty big one.
Oh no. Shotgun is too powerful.
Holy crap. Yeah, careful when you walk around the building, you might fall in it. Q.
The master music is suddenly so soft. This dog?
Oh,
Dog?
oh, that got me.
Oh, it's a scare. I was like, dog? DM did to you is slightly cursed. It's
Mate.
okay. I might be able to handle it. If I cannot, I'll just blame you. Is it just me or is it like mega foggy?
Yeah, I can't see nothing.
Yeah, I'm just cycling towards the exclamation mark.
Uh-oh.
My back hurts.
Aw.
Okay, there we go. We good. A new vote? Oh no, we're gonna get no vehicle? No, we need bicycle.
And as a vehicle.
Oh, oh, I'm dying, I'm dying.
Oh, yeah, don't use vehicle when you get hurt.
Yeah, that hurt. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, don't try it, don't try it.
Oh,
Man, someone changed the seat to be very painful.
I'm poking at the butt.
Something make butt hurt. Grayscale?
Just get dog vision.
Oh no. Why are we dog now?
Everything's black and white.
No, I want colors back. Hi, Breen. I think I should be able to make a workbench now. Oh my god, yes, I can make a workbench.
Wow.
Bird.
Thank you very much. Now go fuck yourself. Jesus.
Yeah, that trader is so rude. You pick
Yeah.
yourself. Oh, add more seeds. Cobalt hurt. Be right back casting Curag.
Zombie.
I got Curagan. Or did I got chicken? I was delivering chicken. with,
Chicken.
with the vulture. That's fair. Chicken good. Oh yeah, there's food on the campfire. I'm just gonna deliver it to the box.
Hey.
We got more food. There.
Congratulations. Here's your reward.
What do I need from that?
Ooh,
Hey,
infested clear.
What are you standing? Money talks, bullshit walks. All that gawking at goods.
There's a
That's
lot of
all you
rifles.
buy?
Love me an infested area quest. I bought more smoothie.
Thank you anymore. No, I didn't. Okay.
I'm gonna make
There we go.
a workbench real quick. I'll take nails. 100 nail. Oh god, we don't have 100 nail. maybe the trader asshole will have nails for sale.
Maybe.
I'm gonna go check.
Quit gawking. Either buy something or piss off.
Oh, they sell a lot of nails. Well, they're mine now.
All right, now that we're done doing business, get out of my store.
That's good.
Now we can have a workbench. I have the wiggles, must wiggle to release latent fox energy. Just wiggling. Nice. Wiggling nice. Oh, do we not have duct tapes? Oh, looks like we're out of duct tapes. Here, let me make some.
Oh, leveling up. Oh, it's your box.
Oh, box. Box.
Shiny.
Shiny?
Oh, look at you.
Burn, not you.
Look at you. Green. Spawn cop.
Packets.
It's
I
the cops.
didn't even hit him.
It's okay,
Terrible.
I punched him to death. I have the strong fist.
Yeah, I went all shotgun, so I'm gonna put this rifle away.
I went for fist and pistol. Oh yeah, also I'm gonna do a little bit of the get that thigh everything. Okay, I'll still be here. Just gonna do a little bit of workout.
What happened to my audio? I can't hear anything.
What? There we go.
Yeah, I can't hear anything. I think someone deafened me.
Alright, I'm doing it.
Uh-oh. That's a dog. And I still can't hear anything. Snow? But we're gonna lose food and water pretty quickly.
Oh,
They made it snow. We're gonna lose food and water pretty quickly.
we got snow?
Yeah, we got snow.
Snow. Hi, Lakes. Snow good.
That was loud now that I got my audio back.
Oh! Bird! Birds!
I missed.
It's alright, I punched them to death. Hope you're doing good, Lex.
meat. Ooh.
Boxu.
That's better.
Gonna get all the bird. I'm gonna sell all the feathers. Dance off?
Dance.
No, there's no zombies around. Oh, sorry, brain. It's okay, at least the music is bumping.
Our quest was back the way we came.
Oh. Mini bike? Weapon? I'm just getting all the supplies. Thanks for the supplies. Oh, I got a tier 2 iron knuckles.
Kobold yipping.
A bean?
The thing on your screen that said Kobold yipping for 2.5 minutes.
Oh yeah, you don't hear it, but on stream, I have my voice mode activated.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'm more high pitched.
Who get a box? Who get a box? Oh, they're falling off.
What? So many boxes.
Whoa. Whoa. I'm gonna get all the box.
That just spawned on top of me. Ow.
Box on bold. Here, I'm gonna go sell something and then. Oh. What is that? Shotgun AP slug? Honestly, I never used any other bullets than the normal ones.
At least wipe that shit. Let's get this over with. A sail is
It's
a
for
sail,
Avatar.
even if it is to a scumbag like you.
I have a workbench. It's done crafting.
Yay!
Let me put it beside the forge.
Oh, that burns!
Oh, Kobolds on fire? Engine, lead car battery. Engine, lead car battery.
Oh, that was a bad idea jumping on that.
We have a barbecue kobold.
No.
I think I can make 2 mini bikes. Yeah, I made 2 mini bikes.
Oh wow.
Very nice. Now we can go
So you've got another
adventure.
box over here.
Oh yeah. So many ammo. This blood moon will be no problem.
Think?
Yeah.
No, melee.
What?
That's my fun stuff.
I need my puncher. I want to punch. Oh, are we going for the infested area first?
I don't know. That was closer, I guess.
Oh wait, no, your tier 1 clear is slightly closer. Hey, dog. No melee? Oh, I can melee. I'm okay.
Okay, that was scary.
Dog scary.
Oh boy.
I think we can do your tier 1 clear first. They are both pretty close together.
Okay.
What? Zombos. I killed it.
You need to get your steel knuckles.
Steel knuckles?
Yeah, they're the bad ones.
Ooh. You wanna search this?
Kilura. Armored up, man.
Lucky Luta. Tiny zombies?
Oh no! They're
Oh.
adorable!
Oh my god, this sounds so cute too. But they're running! What does ragdoll mean actually? What?
Oh, I rewinded.
Oh, I'm okay. I suffer from abrasion. Yeah.
Oh my god!
I'm so gonna check if there's like a mod. If there's like a 7 days to die mod for the city noises forever. I need that.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's a scare.
Yeah, I was looking around for it.
Yeah.
Looks like we're done already, so I'll just reset it, I guess.
Yeah, this place feels pretty small.
Okay. Oh, there's a bird.
Brr.
Hey, man.
Where did the bird go? Oh, you got him.
Yeah.
I've been saved.
Oh, it's a pumpkin. Hear it. Okay.
Gun.
Get that corpse out of my way.
I need to get more points in salvage operations.
Yeah.
Oh, that's way better.
Are you able to salvage the light?
Maybe? Oh, I can. I salvaged the light. It's a little bit tall, but
God.
Kobold is a good jumper. Oh, that works. Get all electrical parts out of it.
Okay. Fuck the dog. The dog. What the?
What?
There was a little teeny tiny crawler.
Oh. Tiny zombies still happening?
Yeah, apparently.
Now we can go for the infested clear.
Yeah.
You're gonna get more bullet. My PC died a little bit just now. That scared the fuck out of me.
Oh dear.
It's alright. It's all good now.
Oh, it's a fishing dock.
Fish.
Fish.
Home run derby?
Home run derby? What?
What? The new vote that has a home run derby on it. Isn't that baseball stuff?
Probably. I mean, if we hit something or shoot something, it's gonna go flying.
Oh my god, yes, please. I love that. Things go fly far, far away is my favorite thing ever.
Whoa, look at you.
I have zombies here, let me know when it's turned on.
Who?
If it turns on.
Right now it's a 50-50 between all of them. Oh, we got celebration instead. We got confetti. It's so bombastic. Confetti. Alright, I have a confetti emote. Beep. Loot.
Guess that's it.
I found a stone sledgehammer. Scrap.
Not as good as the iron one I have.
I'm gonna start it.
Oh, AK.
It's my turn to kill them. I will punch them.
It's just chaining. I love it.
We need more of these silly things. I got all of them. Whoa, that's a lot of boxes.
And what's the exclamation mark? No quest?
Quest. We did it, right? Yeah, we killed everything.
We have reached the quest progression limit.
Oh, that's the like the if you do too much quests in a day, it's not gonna go towards the tier progression. Like the more you do after this point, it will not progress towards tier 2. Just extra reward.
Silly!
Silly? Oh my god. Wait, I need.
I hit him with my big sledgehammer. Like,
Oh my god.
I need to find more zombies quickly. I need more of this noise.
I need more of these noise too. I need to like get
I'm
all
gonna go to
these.
this house over here. Oh, Helen is wandering zombie.
The squeak. It's the squeak. The guns are great too. Yeah, that's so good.
Yup, 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 yup.
Oh, then so. Wait, I didn't get. When you wade through kobolds and they all want attention, yeep, doop. Why no sticks to your emo? I don't know. I should make a sticks to your emo. No, only 35 seconds left for the silly noises.
Yeah, we've been here.
Ah, there's nothing in there.
No, we've been here.
Oh no. Oh, unfortunate. Can I somehow make the silly noise without? Event preset? Oh. I don't think that has like a way to make. Oh no, not the distorted. No, I'm gonna get nauseous. It's okay, Breen, we're in here. Confused? Oh no.
I'm going back with that.
This is my brain fuzzy. I actually feel like I wanna throw up after looking at this. I mean, I did mention not to get the not to get it stored, but it's okay. You weren't here. Oh, no more silly noises.
No more silly noises.
Oh, no more confused.
No more confused.
So it's okay. It's okay. Like I mentioned, you weren't here, so it's all good. I just don't look at the screen too much, and I'll be fine. Nay. I did disable the vision effects, but also because I want to look at other ones, so I didn't disable them. There's also a lot of different vision effects, I think. So no worries, no worries.
Nemo residence.
Nemo?
That's the name of the house. Nemo.
Mimo. Mem. Oh, Mimo. You're right, it is Mimo. Oh god, there's Snake. I cannot kill Steve. I'm gonna get... Jade's gonna find me if I kill Steve.
Oh. Never heard of Steve's.
What?
Oh, I'm now backwards.
Same. Explosive, it's mine. Oh my god, explosives! I need to celebrate.
I just ran over a zombie.
Explosion.
But yes, an explosion.
Boom! I'm broke. Breen 871 is not broke. Oh, he's so scared? Oh, he's so scared. Explosives may not be Mountain Dew. And teaching to swear, but it's close. It's close enough. Give me explosions.
let me
I
guess,
want
you
it.
need to buy something. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to pay you now that you did it.
What's the command for it? Is it just hash silly?
Who?
What?
Good luck. My shop, my rules. You follow, or you fuck off. Shit, man. I treat you that good, and you don't even fucking tip me.
Oh, you can do the silly?
No, that's it or not, is it? Look like it's on cooldown.
Oh, yeah, it's on cooldown. I saw it. I want to remove the cooldown. I am one sad kobold. What? That is loud.
Yeah.
Thanks. Beep. Oh,
I can crush it.
more explosions. Oh my god, yes, please. I cannot use that anymore.
We need silly noises specifically on the Horde Night. It'll be great.
Yeah, I know,
Get
right?
out of my store.
Oh. Oh my god, we have explosions!
Explosion?
Explosion, that's your... No explode. Breen, god fucking damn it, I want my explosions. I want explosions! Fine, I can hold off my explosions for a little bit. Oh, are we gonna die?
Oh, I can't light the fuse. Never mind.
Oh, it just says no.
Just won't... yeah, it just won't let me light it.
Yeah, it's just to go... Sad
Now I can.
Kobold.
Whee!
Yes! Explosions! More holes. Look at that. Big hole. This is Kobold made trap. What?
Oh, I'm now reversed.
Well, that means I have to throw one more.
What?
Yeah. Oh, I can see the inside.
My turn.
Explosions. Oh. Oh my god, how deep can we go?
I don't know.
Just keep throwing. Oh,
Whoa! That's a jump.
that's a huge fall.
Holy
Oh.
crap!
Whoa.
Wow.
What if there's like
I
actual...
think we reached steel down there.
Oh, wait, what if we dig until we got like one more? What if there's like rare minerals down there? That didn't break. I gotta go down and see.
It did, but it's having trouble breaking. Is it like something rare down there?
What is this? It's stone and crushed sand. It's something from the wasteland.
That's such a deep hole.
Deep hole.
Holy shit.
Help.
How are you gonna get out?
I have huge jump. There, I'm out. And I found a destroyed stone.
Holy crap.
Look, I have a destroyed stone. I just put this one down.
Okay.
I don't know why it's down there. What?
Bad.
Bad. No. What if during Blood Moon and then all the zombies just fall down there?
Yes. They will just fall in the hole.
It's a Kobold made trap, we did it. Uh-oh.
Oh, dark vision.
Dark vision. Devon?
Evan?
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, I can't hear anything either.
Oh, no. And then we have a Bob. What? Oh, we have two Bobs. Like, I'm pretty sure Jay isn't here, right? A coyote! A bird! Is it the blood moon?
I had no idea, but
I cannot hear
whatever
anything.
that was is gone. I can see.
I got my vision back.
Get my hearing back as I should. I forgot how
Yeah.
loud that was.
I can hear it again.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh, oh no.
Oh god.
Oh. Kobold is drunk.
Yup. I don't think drunk actually does do that, does it?
I actually don't think it does. But I'm not too sure. Book.
Oh, it's gonna be horde night soon.
We're probably gonna need... Do we have... Cobblestone? Bird!
Bird? Oh,
We're dead.
bird ended.
How often do we get points? I think we get triple the
That's
points.
by watching, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you chat once, and then you get like 5 minutes of 3 points per 10 seconds. I know it's pretty convoluted, but yeah.
Bits give you more, I think?
Yeah, bits does give you more. I need to make more meat. Oh, we have so many meat. Oh.
Yeah, baby!
Oh, hey,
That's what
Sazzle.
I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
Violence for Horde Night, here we come. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, shotgun.
I actually
Got
don't know
ammo
if you
over here
can.
as well.
Juno Scout. Hi.
In here.
I got it. Thank you. Fook. More book. Oh,
Oh,
no.
one behind me, yeah.
Oh, it's ammo. Look out, here comes the evil hellhounds. You still remember? You remember it's still Kobold? Yeah. I do. We had a confusion back then, I remember now. But now I don't. I remember now. Actually, I'm gonna use the AK machine gun.
Eh?
It's scare? Oh,
Eh.
it's a scare.
Oh.
Okay, okay.
Oh, this is scary.
It's a scare.
I was looking around for it.
Zombo, zombo. Man, can we make dynamite? No, I need more explosives.
No idea.
I need all the points on explosive right now. Demolition expert.
Blessed arrows and bolts would be pretty cool.
Oh yeah, we have mini bikes. You can take it in the workbench.
Oh yeah. Does dynamite and stuff fall on?
Do you have a claw hammer?
Maybe. Oh, I think I put one in one of the boxes somewhere.
And I can try to fix while we try to fend off.
Box. Oh, and there goes box.
Box?
Yeah, it's on the ground now.
What? It's okay, I can take it. Mods crate. Let me check the settings a little bit. I think actions. Yeah, during Blood Moon Standard, it used to be. I think it used to be like not able to do anything during Blood Moon, but I was like, no. I'm gonna make sure the box doesn't break. There. Because our loot is in there. Do I hear explosions?
No?
No? Yeah, I didn't hear explosions. It didn't happen.
Oh yeah, you didn't put a bed down, did you?
Oh, I didn't. Crap. I think it's okay. I can put it down now.
I think mine's here.
We still have time, right? Yeah, we have plenty of
2
time.
minutes? 1 minute?
Why can't I not make a bedroll? I don't have plant fiber. Punch, punch, punch.
Grass you can punch.
Oh god. My hotbar is full. got
Box.
back roll. Box. Meal! Oh my god. I got a vegetable stew. I'm eating that. Where's your bed?
Mine's in here.
Down there? Ooh. There. Craft bedroll complete. I didn't even do it. Hey. Hey Kobolds, just here watching you while I have lunch break. I'm in my work right now, if you're wondering. I see, I see. Hope you have a wonderful lunch break. I forgot, Bob and Steve destroyed the cobblestone a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, it's fine, just a little bit. Explosive. We got more bombs.
Oh, look at you.
Ah, look at it.
Look at you. You're using a shotgun, right?
Yeah.
I need level 5 demolition expert.
Put that on a shock.
Yay. Got him. I have mega jump.
Ooh, that's high.
Look at my jump. I'm a big jump.
Holy crap. Makes a noise too when you do it.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh hey, what if you guys get dance off during Blood Moon? Oh, it's Snake.
Kobolds. Kobolds.
I didn't kill snakes at all.
Look at. Oh, you're right. I can. Nope.
You didn't.
I didn't.
Well, I mean, did I? Oh yeah, I accidentally killed one. Okay, so yeah, me.
We didn't. It didn't happen. Oh yeah, I should put my mini bike down.
Thank God it's almost closing time. I've had enough bullshit for one day.
It's almost closing time.
If you're still alive.
Oh, we both got the different line. Oh, I have no gas. I didn't put gas in it.
We don't have much gas.
It's okay. I'll get gas afterwards.
Now close.
Ooh.
Get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out. I'm gonna take the pipe
Oh,
bombs.
it's here.
Alright, we're going in. Into our hidey hole. Oh, I didn't reload. Wow. Silly noises. Let's go. Kablang! Kablang! Oh god, my PC's dying.
Wow.
Oh, they're dancing. Oh, dogs doesn't dance.
Oh, I'm confused.
Explosion! I got no explosion.
Wow.
It says no on the explosion. I cannot see. I got dog vision. Boo.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
No guns?
Oh no.
I'm gonna punch my way to victory. I'll fix it.
I'm setting everything on fire.
Oh my god, metal's so strong. Oh god, they're small.
Oh god, I can't see them now.
It's okay, we can see the head.
Oh my god.
Oh, no more gek gek gek.
Aww.
I thought
What's that?
This sounds like a cat. Oh, hey, it's a wolf. It's a wolf. We killed it. We killed it.
I'm gonna get that box thing because it's like really
Careful, I'll cover you as much as I can.
Got it. The red box things that drop are really rare.
The red drops now drops with the skull wolf thing. It's guaranteed.
There's a zombie behind you.
I'm killing. My PC's lagging. Sorry about that. I should have turned down the graphics.
Ragdoll.
What does Ragdoll do?
Oh.
Oh, I can't hear anything now. I'm being hit by something? Oh no, not the bucket heads. Careful, I'll try to cover you. Oh.
Bucket.
Bucket. I wish I can hear the bucket noises. Oh no, not the distort. No, I said no distort. What? Something hit me. We get bucket. Yeah. The bucket noises. Oh my god, I love it so much. Oh. Wait, I'm having a hard time aiming. I'm feeling nauseous. I'm sorry.
Yeah, same. it!
Oh, we have a hole down here somehow. Ding, ding. Ding.
You know what?
I have explosions too.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, no melee?
Ow!
They have no more bucket hits.
No grenades!
No, we have guns,
Wait,
Keep moving?
hurts us?
We have to keep moving.
They broke in! They broke in!
They broke in? Oh god, sorry, I didn't
Fine.
fix that. Yikey tiki, I might be dead.
I'll stand here.
I'll punch for you. Oh,
I am the wall. Oh god, I'm slowly dying again.
oh, reversed. I got you. Oh god, there's so many
I
bikers.
had to use a make kit.
It's okay, use it.
Oh my god.
I cannot put a block there because there's so many things.
I've destroyed our beds.
No, beds. Yike. It's okay, I can still punch him. I'm just confused still. I'm very confused.
That's a dog. That's a dog. That's a dog.
I'm punching a dog.
I am out of heals.
I still have one more first aid bandage. I can tank a little bit.
Please tell me I picked up something. No, I didn't. Everything's broken.
Yeah, this is not such a good idea. This one.
I gotta repair my gun.
I'm punching still. I got this. I think. Oh wait, I have full health. Holy shit. No, not true. Oh god, why?
Oh god, I can't aim.
I'm just holding right click and hope for the best.
I was gonna say maybe you should drink a beer. You'd get even more out of it.
I didn't bring a beer.
I'm having trouble seeing.
Yeah,
Ugh.
I'm feeling nauseous.
Is this what Giratina's distortion world would look like?
Mode 7.
Number 8, foot lettuce.
Number 15. Burger King foot lettuce. Oh Jesus, the head just
Holy
appeared in
shit.
front of me. Careful, careful. They're
I
going
need
for
to get
you.
some of these supplies.
No, I'll cover you. Get back, get back.
Oh my god, that might have actually just saved me.
I can still take. I have maximum pain tolerance. I'm gonna fix my knuckles a little bit.
There's a snake in here. There's a snake in here.
Punch it.
I'm sorry. I had to get rid of him.
We had to do it. We had to do it. It's alright. It's alright. I'm sure numbers understand. Jesus, wait. The blood moon never stops.
Holy shit.
No. I can still use my gun. It's okay.
Oh, there's a Legacy with the name on it.
Oh.
Oh, I can't see.
Good God, I think that's it.
You think?
I
have
think,
no idea. I don't
yeah.
trust it.
Stay still.
Stay still.
I'm staying still. I'm fixing things. I didn't do my job well. Repair? Oh, nice. Thank you. Well, that was scary.
Holy crap.
We somehow survived. Oh, it's up to you to loot all those things now.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna fix this one. Put it back.
Get rid of that.
Oh, wait, one more?
Was, but not no more.
Nice.
Hold up. Did
Yeah, what's going on?
Times C4 charge.
What?
I got times C4.
Oh my god. We should
Look
throw
at
it.
this.
Holy shit, you're right. We should throw it.
That is very dangerous for us to have.
It's alright. It's just C4. Oh, I'm mega infected.
I'm only a little... Oh no, I took an antibiotic because I ran outside, so now I should be right.
I think I have other herbal antibiotics, so it should be fine. Why are there suddenly so many snakes? Sorry, wait to kill them, wait to kill them.
Ow! I got poisoned.
Oh, wait,
I didn't know that that's a
poison?
thing.
I didn't know that's a
That's why I make
thing.
it. There it is.
Holy shit.
There we go. I did not know that was a thing, but we can get poisoned.
Why am I dying?
Ow.
Twitch don't miss. You receive damage when missing your target. Oh, that's why. I didn't miss.
That was probably me.
I use
Oh yeah.
it. Yeah.
Still out in there, yeah, he is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Don't bully kobolds.
Still alive? No?
Still alive?
Okay.
No way.
Yeah, you'll have to loot your crates, by the way, because I can't touch them.
Right, okay. Dog!
Oh, what?
We,
Where?
we got him. Dead.
Food!
Food!
Oh, no.
I'm also eating food.
So how does this work? I want to throw this on the side of the mountain.
I wanna see it.
Did I right click?
Oh!
Oh, okay.
Oh!
That's it.
What? Ew. That's not a C4.
What?
No.
It says 3,000 block damage, but that didn't do anything.
What? That's not 3,000, that's 0.1.
Yeah, have a look. I'll drop it for you. Have a look at it. It does one area of damage, but it does 3,000 damage in that one block.
For that one block. The stick of dynamite explosion radius is just 1.5. And then it explodes like the whole
Yup.
area.
Yeah.
Here, you can have it back.
I don't
So-
know what to make of it.
So this is 1.5? That's 1.5.
Yeah. I think the time charge is bugged.
It could be. Because that's too sad. I want to see like extra explosions.
What the? You see this, right?
See what? Oh!
Up there on the hill, stuck a zombie.
Yeah, I
Hands in
see
the air
this.
like they just don't care.
Mm.
Oh,
Hey.
alright, target practice.
Kill them. Boom. Oh, you almost got it.
Nope, not quite.
My turn. Eek. Uh-oh. Careful.
Nope, too far.
Oh. Oh, nice. We got him.
We got him.
It's so good.
That was so much fun.
Yeah. Explosions are too good. Never enough.
They really are. Don't call me a dumb fucker or shoot your shop again.
I'll explode their shop. I'll put the claw hammer back at the third storage crate. Hey cop, you have an antibiotic in the inventory? Yeah, I do.
I don't put it in my inventory.
It's for poi destruction. C4 is more of exploding hard iron and coal blocks. But if it cannot even destroy clay, can it destroy coal? It's more of destroying a single tough
idea.
block. What if it destroyed like a safe or something? You know, like thieves do.
Yeah, maybe.
Go into settings and disable the distort effect. Can I disable only the distort effect? Because I want to see the other effects. Yeah, there's only like
You have
visual effects.
3,500?
Who? Sorry?
You have 3,500? He's selling the steel knuckles.
Yes, I do. I can Mega Punch now? I'm coming in.
Ooh.
Ayo?
Don't test my patience. It's thinner than your wallet.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
it's Steel Knuckles!
Yup.
Mine.
Cha-ching!
You can transfer your mods over if you have any.
I cannot sort my container, what's going on?
Yeah.
Wait, did something bugged out the game or something?
No, it's the community. They decided to go, yeah, no, to our bags.
Oh, it's a thing. Okay, I didn't know. I thought the game bugged.
Take a look, but don't expect. I'd go Old broke with more customers like you.
There must be a scare. I'm inside the trader. Actions. Other actions that you can disable it. Settings, switching this action and look maybe individual effects on the game. This is another one just in case. There's Trippy and Distort I don't like. So actions. Show extras? Or debuff. Disable action. And then Trippy. Oh, thank you. That works. Okay, I disabled Distort and Trippy.
Okay. You got a corkscrew
I got a corkscrew?
on your hands.
Yeah, look at that. Now I can Mega Punch. Looks like there's a lot more actions we could play with. Yeah. Oh, this is fucking my brain so much. It's like, I want to sort it. It looks like crap.
Yep.
It's alright. It's only temporarily. Oh my god. It's alright. It's oh. Beep beep. Beep beep.
Beep, beep.
I think I'm
That
gonna
was great.
move. Yeah, I love the silly. I'm gonna move all the bullets into the mod storage if you don't mind.
Okay. Alright, we have so many points now.
Oh yeah. We're gonna become so strong. Play with other friends and when it out in game. What if it jump on the container too? Oh my god, that would be too much. I will cry. Demolitions expert. I think we can pretty much just get every single point possible now.
Unless I'm getting all the non-combat stuff first before I get any of the combat stuff.
Yeah. Oh my god, we got silly. Wait, that means we can expand our Kobold trap. Boo! Boo!
I mean, there's a chicken down there.
What? How did that chicken get down there?
I think you killed it.
I killed it. I totally did. And the rabbit! Oh no! Well,
Rabbit.
hey, look, if it works, it works. I'm not even gonna complain. More explosives! It works. Hey. We know how to hunt now. Kabrow!
Wow, wow.
Kabrow!
I love it too much.
We need
Wow,
more.
wow.
Kabrow! Uh-oh.
Ultra spawn.
Oh, bird.
Ow.
Yay.
I think they all fell down the hole.
They... Oh, wait. Oh, there's one snake that doesn't go down the hole. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're safe now, we're safe now.
Steve's now have a home.
There's someone's coming out.
He's trying so hard.
Kabrow! Pew! Kabrow! It's all too good.
That's all we need.
Yeah. Kabrow! What? Biker?
Where? Oh, behind you.
Oh,
Oh, no more noises.
no more noises. Flying sneak. Flying sneak. Do we have gasoline? Oh shit, we don't have enough gasoline.
I filled up mine, so you can take what's left of there and fill up yours.
Alright. This is mine, right? The
Yeah, that
messed
one
up
over
one.
there.
Beep beep. Alright, I filled up mine too. So you only need 1,000?
I can fix my inventory.
Oh my god, I can store my container. This is the best game ever.
Yo,
Yoke,
they still.
you're saying that I cannot move? It's so painful for a kobold. Why? I mean, I'm staying still. Might as well just chow down on all the food. Pig! Oh, we have to keep moving.
Oh, don't stop moving. Ow.
Can I get wood while I'm moving?
Probably.
Oh, look at you.
Look at you. Ow, 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 ow.
Yeah, it's the inspiration thing.
Hurt. We can stop again.
Take a bit of food. Put it in my vehicle before we leave on another adventure.
I got some meat and a bacon and egg. And boiled meat. We have bird? Oh, we do have bird. We have multiple birds.
Did they just go into the...
Wait, are they trying to kill the snake?
I don't know, but they just hit my bike. I'm not gonna accept that.
Steve is... There's Steve again. I guess we can go on the adventure. Oh god, bird. Bird!
Got it.
Nice shot. I got one.
That's
Yeah.
Steve.
Steve, no! Bad.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Maybe if I can...
There we go.
Nice. Steve just trying to hurt me. I'm gonna
Baby, don't hurt me no
lead it to the hole.
Oh, not more snake.
You got Bob?
I believe it. I'm driving away from him, so.
Come on, go down, go down. Yeah, Steve is down. And Steve just wants a kiss. The kiss is a little bit painful though.
Poisonous, apparently.
Yeah, poisonous too. I mean, if Steve is not poisonous and doesn't hurt, then I don't mind. And Kobolds on the mini bike.
Biker bolts from Mars.
Ooh. What if Kobolds are from Mars?
I'd believe it.
I believe it too. Maybe we're actually Martians. I have arrived.
This is a nice house.
Yeah. For looting.
Loitering. No, I want Inzies. That's okay,
They're denying our entrance. Whoa.
never mind. I have Inzies.
We can just.
What the?
We're so strong.
Dog?
What?
Never
Here.
mind, it was a scary noise, I think.
Metal, look at this. I can destroy the car in one hit.
Oh, well, it used to happen though. And we just need like the level 5 and 6 stuff to like actually put the skills to use.
Oh yeah.
What the?
It's something.
No. Just no. Ow.
Pool.
Family.
We have pool.
I can destroy this. Oh. Oh. Shit, that was easy.
Spawn
Oh, that's a pig.
Hey, that's a lot of pigs. And a lot of meat.
And a crawler.
I'm gonna go into the main entrance.
I ran through the back.
Why there's so many engines on me?
I don't know.
I have 4 engines on me. I'm putting
Maybe
into my
because you
mini
upgraded the ability?
Oh, the salvage operations. Right. That could be why. I salvage cars, I get a bunch of engine. My bike is full.
Oh, that was quick. Am I winning? Hello.
Hey.
Oh, that's the outside. Oh, there's a second floor. I missed. Didn't miss that time.
God, the steel knuckles.
Yeah, I need to get a steel sledgehammer.
If I see one, I'll definitely let you know.
Oops, I'm not supposed to shoot that. Barrel screamer? Yes, it was.
Oh,
I found the police.
the big loot. Oh, police! Police! I bonked their head. Oh, feral ones?
Bonk. Bonk. That's the fault.
Bird. I got the bird. That was actually a really nice shot, holy shit.
Oh, stay still. Got it. Okay.
It's so hard to stay still though. Oh, it's behind you.
Oh, listen. What? Oh.
There. Once
I
we
need to
can
repair
move
my
again,
stuff.
I'll activate this one. There.
Roller.
Bonk him.
Oh my god.
The confetti, it's so bombastic, I love it. I found a level 2 iron sledgehammer. Do you want it?
Mine's only level 1.
Well, it's an upgrade. Burn! There you go.
Take my shoes off for 1 second and then good.
Hammer. Oh, give me a few seconds. I'm gonna go open up the lights. It's getting dark here. I'm big.
I don't think this is supposed to happen. I just fell through the well.
There's nothing there though. What did you fall into?
There's nothing here for me.
For me, it's nothing. It's just like a normal flat ground.
Yeah, I'll take a picture and send it to you.
It's a desync.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's a desync. That's what I'm looking.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't look normal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is 100% desync.
Let's. I mean, there's a lever over here.
Button. Uh oh. I got you.
Ow.
There's more.
Oh, I missed.
I got you. I didn't get you.
That's a steel club?
Steel club?
Holy crap.
Wow. I guess you could use it. It's strength.
Yeah.
You better make them count.
They're in this. Oh no.
You better make
I'm
him
using a
count.
shotgun here. Better make him count.
Is shotgun, is it like count as pallet with pallet, or it's just like one shot?
Okay, that hurt. That even works with melee weapons. I hit the wall to get in and it hurt me.
Wait, I cut the wood and I died. I cannot get a
Oh,
wood.
dear.
It counts as a miss. I'm getting wood. I don't care. I have healing vector.
I can hear it. Oh, oh, my
Ooh.
cardio.
I heard. No getting wood on stream. No. No
Oh,
one.
you used to have a face.
No one can deny my wood gathering.
Yeah, wood.
Yeah, wood. Gathering wood.
Ow. Oh yeah.
Hi. We meet again.
Ow. Hurt me.
No. The kobold been hurt.
Ow.
Wait, I'm also been hurt. I need healing.
Bad Zumbo. Ow, that hurt. I got thrown off on. That was disgusting. That was disgusting. That was disgusting. That was disgusting. That was disgusting.
What happened?
I got thrown up on.
No, it's the police. He... Gathering dense plant fibers on stream again? What? Oh, what's Home Run Derby?
Okay, we can go back to the trade. Well, after we do your one. My one or brothers.
Oh, it's foggy again.
Yeah. I'm gonna eat some of this food I picked up.
Melee hit enemies into balloons for points? What? Oh. Whoa. Oh my god, metal, you're so strong. I got one. Oh my god, this is the best thing ever. Oh. Oh, you got him.
This is great.
This is the best mode ever. Get him. What?
Oh my god, my friend would love this.
This is the best mode ever, holy shit. Where did the zombie go?
Lead for lunch.
Punch.
Oh, and they're off.
Oh, there's more, there's more.
Yay!
In peril TV.
we, we need more balloons. Eh. Bop. Whoa! Oh man, if you punch them to the ground, they fly. Look at that! I punch them to the ground, then they fly up so high.
My score was 30, the home run derby.
Your team scored 30. Ooh.
Did we get a reward for it? Home run reward, yeah. I can't do it.
Oh wait, I think that one's yours over there.
Oh.
Whoa! No way! It's so good.
Level 3 baseball bat?
Yeah, and then there's like a level 4 athletic armor.
Yep.
Awesome.
That is crazy. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. And Pete Kobold times call for Pete Kobold voice.
That was so much fun.
We need more of that. Food.
Oh, I'm inside of it.
I got food. I'm
Oh,
eating
I got
all of it.
kill zombie challenge done. Cool.
Nice.
Okay, where's yours? Or was this the only one?
I think I took... Oh wait.
Did we do yours first?
I only see one quest.
Oh.
Oh, I found the steel axe.
Guess I'm going back to the trader.
Yeah. It's all good.
You want an iron fire axe? It's only level 1 though. I'm gonna sell it for money.
Yeah.
This is certainly something to watch while I play Pokemon TCG on Game Boy. Oh, you mean the Game Boy Color version of Pokemon TCG? I think I used to love that game so much. Oh yeah, the music is so good as well.
Yeah, I still have to play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon somewhere. I bought that for myself to try.
I never played the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game before. I love how there's the post on Twitter that I saw. It says something like Nintendo says
Oh, I
something
am
like
Speed.
what happened?
I became Speed.
Whoa. They said the next Pokemon is you, they said.
How many rewards do I have? Oh, a special
Ooh.
job. You can open a trade route.
Oh yeah, I also have that one. I think both of us went to the same. Should go to the same place.
Probably.
I'm stealing your things.
That's okay. I didn't have any room for the reward, so.
It's mine now. Oh, we're gonna have a horde.
Alright.
The vote says it's gonna be a janitor horde.
Now that
Genital
you got a
horde?
job, I guess you ain't
Ja-
that damn bad
janitor.
after all.
Oh, Janet. I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
Well, come to- what are you standing there for? Don't you have work to do?
What if we stay inside the trader?
That means he'll, like, have
Oh,
bad things happen to him.
there's bad
dear.
things happening in the trader. Where are we? I heal. I heal. Witness my steel knuckles. I can heal for a little bit.
Ow.
I'll tank for you.
I'm really close to death. Ow.
I'm coming. Careful. There's one more inside. Wait, I'm gonna repair my armor real quick.
Burn.
Nice.
I'm just gonna walk away and hope he dies.
I'm just gonna punch him to death. Did you die? It died.
No? Did we get a reward for that?
Oh yeah, look at that, we get the box. Oh my god, money!
Oh.
We're gonna go shopping.
I immediately need to sell these diamonds and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I'm keeping the diamonds. I'm just selling gold and silver. Diamond is mine. Oh, more boxes? Oh my god, there's so many boxes.
Yeah, beat it, fucker.
Weird.
I know, right?
It's so rude. Candy? Oh my god, candy. Is that like a battering version? Explosion damage? I found the best candy.
Was there some? Take a look at the shit I got, but don't expect me to cook it for you. You cheap ass son of a bitch. That's all you're gonna buy?
I'll make you shiny.
Take a look, but don't expect me to hold your hand through it.
Ooh, tier 5 gloves. And armor. Oh, I want this hat.
Be careful out there. You wouldn't want to get hurt. Unless you're paying, you're leaving.
Ranger hat, yeah, that's a good one.
Done doing business.
Metal, metal.
Get out of my store.
Hmm?
I have a new hat. New hat.
I'm trying to shovel food down my goat because I neglected it and I'm in the red.
Oh god. New
Oh yeah,
hat.
that's a good hat. That looks way better. Oh,
It gives buttering. It's like, ooh,
box?
box. That's a lot of ammo.
That should be enough.
Putting the candy here. Supply treasure? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I found more diamond.
Oh!
You want a diamond?
No,
Here, take
I'd
this,
probably
take this.
just sell it.
It's okay. You can take it. And Kobolds must share shinies. That's a lot of bits. Wait,
What?
200 bits? Wow, that's 200 gems. Pew!
Missed. Oh well.
I've been told to stay still.
Yeah.
Bird, I cannot move.
Oh. Herb.
Okay, we move again? Oh, nice.
I think so.
Yeah, we good. Kobo making big bucks. I just didn't.
Apparently.
I didn't think
You want something?
some of the things that requires bits to like trigger.
Wait, there's a demo expert in the perception. I need
No
this.
refunds.
I
Deal's
need
done.
this.
Now beat it, fucker.
Beat it, fucker.
Yup.
So rude.
Oh crap. I'm gonna have to mute and wait for about 5 minutes. I need to go have a shower.
Wait. I actually think I might stop here.
Wanna stop here?
Yeah, because it's like 7:20 p.m. here.
Yeah. That, yeah,
I need food. I'm sorry. But we can definitely
It's
do more in the
okay.
future. I want to do more of this.
Oh, man.
Definitely.
Wait, we got an old man. Yeah, we can do this. We can do this again. Once I maybe if I'm
Yeah,
gonna
thanks
do
for
this,
inviting me.
I'll yeah. If I do this, I'll DM you on Discord maybe. If you don't mind.
Oh, 5 Steves.
Wait, let me just lead them to the hole. We have a kobold
Oh god,
mate.
that's 10 Steves now.
Why are there 10 Steves? Oh yeah, candy. Mine. Oh, maybe. Oh, they don't want to fall down. Oh wait,
Oh,
they
there
did
goes
fall.
2.
Nice. Kobold trap is working flawlessly.
We no hurt Steves, we keep them as pets.
Yeah. We don't need hurt. Did that Steve just jump?
Yes, it did. That is Sarah Gary.
That might be that might be a Gary.
Oh, there goes that one.
We have one more. That one is very persistent.
One star.
Oh,
there
there
we
he goes. Job's done. Oh wait, one more. There's a snake
Oh,
behind
no,
you.
no.
Run! Don't hurt snake. Yay!
That's what Indiana Jones felt like, having a pit of snakes.
It's actually created by a kobold. Oh, sorry, kobolds. Oh,
These ones aren't going in the hole.
yeah. These ones are clever. Oh no! Yeah, they're not going to the hole.
Ow! Yeah, these ones aren't going in.
Oh, wait, it's almost going in? Nice!
Oh. Hit the dirt.
It works. Oh my god, we have Silly.
Silly!
Silly! Oh wait, we can make another hole. We can make another hole. Here, this one. Boom. 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 Oh, I'm falling down. Oh, careful. Oh, I'm out of dynamites. Oh.
Yep, that's my last one.
I'm throwing it all. Boo. Boo. That's all of them.
That's great.
Oh,
I'm reversed.
I thought the reverse is gonna give us more bombs.
But the reverse was gonna be like you fall into the hole.
Oh no. not the pit of snakes. Boo.
I love it way too much.
Yeah. It's the city. Well, I'm gonna I'm gonna stop here for now. It was heckin' good.
Yeah, okay.
Very heckin' fun. Thanks for joining.
Yes, it was. Anytime.
Next time we do this, I'm gonna the dog? Oh, it's scared. I'm gonna DM you if I'm doing this again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Righty, bye bye.
Alright, bye bye. Thanks for joining again. What? There goes the boat. Now I'm gonna exit this one. When Kobold doesn't notice my bits. Huh? Is that bits? Oh, there is bits! Oh, thank you! I'm sorry. I was so captivated in... Boo! I'm so captivated by boom that I didn't even notice. Thank you. I like the gems, thank you. Also, I didn't realize that there's so many things that requires bits and stuff. So, thank you, really. You know, for all the fun today. I had big fun. And of course, thanks Metal for joining as well. It was good. Good night, Kobo. Good night. I will have a good food and I will have a good sleep. I should probably leave this one as well. Give me a second. There, okay. Strongbow. Chashu, I saw that. Oh god. No, I'm not gonna curse everyone in the chat. I will leave it and I will not show it in the stream. Nope. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. Thanks for you know all the fun tonight. It's a Twitch integration, so thank you. Yeah. Thank you for stream. Thank you for being here as well, Tikaka. Oh, but of course, I always forgot this, but I can do this. Check out Tikaka. Very wonderful build. My reaction for real when I see Tikaka's art. Tikaka amazing. I can own it fast. It's the VIP privilege. My VIP slot is full. I don't know how to get more VIP slots. There's so many people I'm gonna give VIP to, but I cannot. Let me check. Yeah, you can't add more VIPs. It says it's full. See? Yike. I don't know how many VIPs, but I'm gonna make a wild assumption and say 50, probably. So yeah. Sorry, but if I can add more VIPs, I would definitely put more people in VIP. I don't really have like the, I see there are other streamers out there who have like VIPs as redeemed. I don't really do that. I feel like I feel like VIPs is when I feel like I want to give that particular chatter a VIP, then I'll do it. Cringe. I mean, when am I not cringe? I'm always cringe. I'm free. Let me check who to raid. Kobolds, I don't mind having mine shared to someone else. Lex needs VIP. I actually don't know what's the requirement for the next. More VIP slots. Learn about roles. Okay, I'm gonna check this. How do I unlock more VIP badges? Creators can unlock more VIP badges by getting more viewers to chat during streams. Specifically getting 10/15 and then 20, 25, 50, 100, 200 unique chatters in a stream. We unlock 20, 30, 40, 50, 80 and 100. So how many do I have currently? I might be at the 40, probably. Probably 40 or 30. I don't think I have that much VIP slots. I'm gonna count it. Oh wait, no, some of them is not VIP. We need peeps. Slowly does it, I guess. Let me count again. 11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20、21、22、23、24、25、26、27、28、29、30、31、32、33、34、35、36、37、38、39、40。Oh, I have 51. Do mods also count as PIP? No, mods doesn't count. I didn't count mod, and it was 50. I thought it was a different role altogether. I think it is a different role altogether. There are a few peeps here that's like just moderator but not VIP. Yeah. They are here to protect Kobo. Protect. I want to raid Merv. But also there's also King of Kobold. Wait, King of Kobold is streaming now? Ooh. I don't really have a chance to raid King of Kobold most of the time. Because whenever King of Kobold went live, it's always like midnight for me. So I usually just lurk there. Yeah, a lot of kobolds today. Dazi is here, Merp is here, King of Kobold is here. And me. Protect and attack. Most importantly, give snake. There's 4 of us. You know, there's me, Dazi, King of Kobold, and Merp. And then there's also another one. Kai's. Oh, that's a cute kobold. Oh my god. I will follow this kobold, but I'm gonna raid King of Kobold for now. Yeah, because I don't really get a chance to raid King of Kobold as much, and this is the prime chance. So let me just do some plugs real quick. Cookie Rain? Oh my god. Did I just type Don't tie on? Oh no, you're ending already? Yeah. But hi Ryuki. Remember what I said earlier too, by the way? If you have any questions about HRT, I'll be happy to share what I know. I really appreciate that a lot. And thank you, Evie. I would definitely keep that in mind. I missed out on a funny zombie game. It was actually really funny, I'm surprised. There's so many silly stuff that you can do, I didn't know. Like, I had a lot of fun with Metal Kobold. In case you guys don't know, I was playing with this particular adorable kobold. Hey, Metal Kobold. I'll make sure to publish this one. And then now I can summon Bernie. Hey Bernie. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. And I also have a Discord. Bah. It's usually where I share my stream stuff. Whether be it like no stream or delayed stream. Or the most important thing is that I spam dragon pictures when I can. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I spam dragon pictures when I can. I'm not gonna share my blue sky because it is extremely lewd. So yeah. Oh, compatible. I actually forgot about that. Since we're raiding a King of Kobold, we're gonna ask for shinies. Why lewd? I mean, it's my blue sky. Blue sky is the only place where I share a lot of, well, not art because I don't have any of those, but usually just how I, thoughts and stuff. So yeah. This time we're gonna ask for shinies from King of Kobold. So, and also I will not be streaming on Tuesday and Wednesday. So yeah, need to work for money. And I'll be back on Thursday. If nothing else happens. I'll be back on Thursday. It's fair, I need to use Blue Sky more as well. I honestly don't use Blue Sky. I don't use Blue Sky as much. I usually just, honestly, any social media that I use, Twitter or Blue Sky, I don't use any other as much anymore. Discord, Telegram, I just browse for pics. That's pretty much it. I just need to satiate that dragon craving with Twitter and Blue Sky. So yeah, that's pretty much it when I use social media. And I'll be back on Thursday. I'm not too sure what I'm gonna play. I still remember that I haven't finished the Portal 2 thing, but I have a feeling I have a feeling that I might be playing more Once Human. Just a hunch, just a hunch. Okay, I'm too addicted to Once Human, okay? I have to admit. I couldn't help but play until 1 AM yesterday again. It's too good, it's too fun. And I got a new shotgun that has like a 12 magazine shotgun. It's like, oh god. I can shoot I can shoot 12 times? Once human simulates a die, couple on a zombie kick. Oh. I mean, yeah, feels like it. A zombie kick. I understand, yeah, thank you. Blue Sky is pretty good, but I feel like sometimes Blue Sky... I don't know why I'm getting a lot of like... No one reposted it, no one liked it, but there's like a lot of random political posts about something I just not too interested in. But that's like the minor issue. Kobo just yearns to be held firmly by dragons. Always. The latest post, yeah. I don't know, I have thoughts. You know, I have thoughts sometimes. I feel like Blue Sky is the only place where I will share those thoughts, because the rest I don't wanna. Only Blue Sky. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I had a lot of fun, and I hope you guys had a lot of fun too. It was great. I will definitely do more of this, maybe with metal and with more people as well. But mainly with metal. If I were to do this again, I will open out this room again and just DM metal to see if they can do it. Yeah. You're probably on the page, on your page instead of following. Oh shit! I need to check that. All right, I'll definitely check that. Would have to join as well one day. Oh hell yeah! Ooh, Lex want to join too. I perceive and I support you. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Tikaka. Just under 7 days, so I gotta play a bit. Want to see what new loot? Yeah, just I think the most important thing about the new 7 Days to Die is like the armor system. Yeah, it's just the armor system, it feels like. So yeah, nothing much actually. But still very fun. I love the new change, and also graphical things. And they are trying to optimize the game a lot now. So, have you found bears yet? I think I found bear in one of the buildings that have bears. You know, the buildings that you, towards the end you have to kill the bear just to get the mother lode of loot. The bear den, I think, is what they're called. Even the bear den, yeah. And then it's funny because the bear now seem to guarantee red drops, because I killed 2 of them. I got 2 red drops. So far, zombie bears and zombie wolf guarantees red loot. Yeah, red loot. Sorry, they guarantee red loot, and it's great. It's fucking great. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else I'm missing, so it's all good. You know, it's give red loot. It's so good. All right, I'm gonna type in the raid to King of Kobold. You know, it's only normal for a Kobold to raid the King of Kobold. What? Wolvern! Wolvern! We're gonna raid! It's okay, we can fight the Grubhub. Welcome, raiders! Welcome in! Thanks for the raid, Wolvern! Proto raid, Ghost 8... I cannot read. Ghost 589. Proto raid. Disciple. Thanks for the raid. But we're gonna raid out soon, so I hope you guys don't mind a raid train. So, of course, you know, I'm Tira. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games, and I love dragons to bits. Usually I do art on Monday, but sometimes there will be exceptions. Proto raid, hi Roxas. So yeah, hope you guys don't mind a raid train. Is that a dragon? Ooh, that looks like a dragon. Oh, it's strongest power. Oh wait, no. Oh, that's a dragon. That's you. That looks good. Nice. Always like dragons. Hope you are doing good, and I hope you guys don't mind a raid train. All right, raid train. Just in case, let me just do this real quick again. Okay. Thanks for stream, Kaka, and do rest well. I will. That's a raid message. And also, there's a. I don't know why. There's no need. I already committed to this. I'm gonna do it. There, raid messages. But yeah, let me type in the raid again. There. So I will not be streaming on on Tuesday and Wednesday. I'll be back on Thursday. To play what? Not too sure yet. Guess I'll decide on the spot. Most likely, this ad break, fuck. Most likely once human though, but we'll see, right? We'll see. So, I'm gonna wait for the ad break to finish for a little bit. It says here there's like 28 seconds left. God damn it, ad break. Also, I found new kobold. I found new kobold. Tried once human. Wait, didn't you play it for a long time already? Wait, do you like the game or not? I mean, I am just addicted to the game like crazy, so hey, I'm gonna play the game a lot. Too boring alone? But it's not too boring alone. No reason to continue. I guess it's for you then. I did so many janky stuff, it's fun. Oh no, once human. Once human. Yeah, I don't think I'm missing anything. So, jank is fun on once human. So, before the raid, Kobold wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and very matter. Very valuable. Kobold loves y'all. Alright? Here comes the raid to King of Kobold. Game is boring alone. I guess that's fair. I just find so many ways to fuck around with the buildings that I'm just having so much fun. But yeah, I enjoy the game a lot. If you're always alive, better even what the game is. The building is fun. Yeah, I mean next time when I play once human, I can show you what I got with the buildings and shit. You know, I gonna create a place. I spent like legit about 3 hours just trying to create a space for the dragon to make like a worship shrine or something like that, but I couldn't do it. I just managed something very simple, and then I destroyed it because I did the Starchrome thing and I destroyed it. Well, I didn't destroy it. The things did. It's alright though. I'll rebuild it again. I don't think I'm missing anything, but once human's fun. I'm definitely gonna play more if I can. So I will not be streaming on Thursday and on Tuesday and Wednesday again. So take care, everyone. Kobold loves y'all. I'll wait for the timer to go down as always. Right? So Kobold smooches. See you guys on Thursday. Take care. Bye bye.